hello. Yeesh. Bit of a late start, sorry. Just had to do something really quick. Okay. Hello. Hello. Blah, blah, blah. Another PGR stream. Whew. And we're gonna continue with Echo Aria. We're gonna finish with normal mode for today. And depending on how long normal mode is, might even do hidden. But we'll have to see. Whew. Okay. Here we are. Okay. So this part of the story is focusing on one show, right? And right, there are the interludes, which I will go through as well. Well, again, depending on how long this stuff is. Maybe I might do the interludes after normal, and we'll see how long this is. This is how many nodes? 13 to 20. That's like 7 nodes, eh? Oh, I'm right. I just remembered. Selena's interlude has like a hidden node. Oh, shoot. Right. Hang on. Let me just double check with not Dawn. Guild. Weekly contribution. Yep. Wait. I think Dorm is still going strong, so we'll be fine. Side story. Extra. Oh wow, look at that. I haven't even... See, I went through 5, but... I remember going through 5. But I didn't fully finish it, huh? Alright. That's not the main focus, though. Echo Aria, Part 2. The Lost's Field. Wait, did this have a different name? The Songs of Eternal Earth. Oh. Huh. 2 sections and... yeah. Maybe I shouldn't say Part 2. Maybe I should just say, like... Maybe I should say Part 2, just with... Hang on. Maybe do that. I'll have to change the title for the previous one, though. It's like an extension of it. Alrighty. Again, I'm going to speak a bit more softly in the mic, so I can take it easy on my voice. Silent Battlefield. Wansha, why did you put such a strange tasting can in your maintenance capsule? You ate it? Not even Camo could have choked that down. I could smell it a mile away. I thought your recovery room had been raided by mustard gas. Kamwi's noisy voice projected from the direction of Wansha's recovery room. Through the open door of the recovery room, Wansha sees the cans they had put in the cabinet. Kamwi accidentally discovered a slightly swollen metal can in Wansha's storage. It reminded Wansha of his distant past. Distant. Broken stone slabs and steel bars stand in the ruins. Smoke and dust in the air cast an oppressive haze on the area. The surrounding craters speak to the kind of devastation wrought on this land. Oil flows quietly along the terrain, filling craters along the way and finally gathering in recesses of the street. A pair of military boots steps into a puddle, causing black ripples to disturb the oily surface. The ripples bump into a mechanical arm submerged in the oil. Right at that moment, the mechanical arm seems to receive a signal, stirring it from silence. It twitches wildly, grabbing onto the surrounding wreckage as it tries to free its broken limbs from the crushing weight of the ruins. I feel like reading this like how they would narrate in Near Reincarnation, just a really calm, soft tone. Finally, its attempt at dragging itself out is ended by the dull thud of a gunshot. Looks like there are some stragglers. I thought all of Corrupted near the southern defensive line were alerted by the large-scale cleanup and suppression operation led by the Egrets. The shooter slings the rifle on his shoulder while it is still cooling down, and looks down at the Corrupted he had just stopped from moving. Monsieur, the file I'm looking for still isn't popping up on the scan. What about you? Oh. Come on. Is that you yawning again? Are you working or what? You could say that. Monsieur? Monsieur? Damn it. I fell asleep again. Forget it. I'll just... Troy, you should probably lie down for a second. Hearing the sudden sound of the silent comms, the construct known as Troy performs a tactical roll to the side, avoiding a burst of air as it ruptures by his ear. It was the sound of the attack from a large Corrupted suddenly appearing in front of Troy. Building debris and the remains of smaller Corrupted fall off its torso. As Troy raises his gun and aims at the large Corrupted, a silver orb of light fires from the direction where he last stood. Following the blast, the Corrupted begins to disintegrate from one of its limbs. Or arms. Same thing. The mechanical joint shatters into fragments and splashes into the oil-filled crater. Finally, a silver orb of light penetrates the fractured memory shell, towering off to the side. It falls backward from the inertia of the impact, leaving mechanical residue on the ground. Oh, another bites the dust. Take 5. Troy gets up and looks back. He sees Wan Shi, who is standing on the overlooking precipice off into the distance, stretch his arms, and then lay down lethargically. Hey, knock it off. Quit sleeping on the job. Relax. That was the last one. What makes you say that? While you were running around looking for the data files, I was here scanning for enemies and taking them out. I didn't even have to move an inch. Quick and easy. Fine, whatever. Troy sighs, then climbs over a structure and continues to search the ruins. Anyway, the ruins sure are quiet. Hey, Wan Shi, when did you join Strikehawk? Now that you're awake, I figured I'd ask while I still had the chance. You've been dozing on and off, so I didn't want to bother. Doze off again? It just happened by some weird twist of fate. Perhaps due to Wan Shi's sudden response over the comms, or because he was not expecting that answer. Either way, Troy slips while climbing the crumbling wall to the ruins. Right as Troy is about to fall off the wall, he hears the revving of an engine underfoot. A faint white light appears underneath him, steadily catching him in midair. Whew, scared me there for a second. Troy pats his chest with a free hand, then places his feet back on a sturdy section of the crumbling wall. After regaining his footing, he continues to climb. Fate, huh? That's nice. I heard that scouts don't have to go to the front line. That's why I joined. But you Strikehawks are in a league of your own. Oh, like some sort of elite team? Of course. What scout hasn't heard of Strikehawk? Well, don't elite teams usually have a human called a commandant? That's just an ordinary elite team. Don't you know who your captain is? Chrome is a perfect construct, equipped with a specialized invert device who is responsible for serving as the team's commandant. Oh, and the other Strikehawks are equally 1 in a million. Any mission with Strikehawk is virtually guaranteed to be a success. You don't say. I just thought there was something special about our captain and company. How could you be so oblivious to all of this? You don't know how much I envy you. As for me, my combat abilities are as ordinary as they come. All I can do is run fast and keep my mouth shut. That's why Commander Nicola assigned me to this mission. Honestly, I may not be afraid to fight Corrupted, but I won't be first in line to fight them head on. So, thanks for the help just now. It was nothing. No need to be so modest. It was an honest compliment. Just take it. After climbing to the top of the crumbling wall while chatting with Wansha, Troy can now scan the large area below. Troy sees patches of corrupted and human remains piled up on the ground, alluding to a tragic battle that had taken place here. Troy bows his head in a moment of silence, then jumps down from the crumbling wall and continues onward. Surely enough, the city was lost during the post-pandemic age too. What scenes like this bloodbath here are the real reason I won't step foot on this front line. It's ridiculous that soldiers pay their lives in exchange for a total retreat. We're supposedly bound by duty to carry out orders. But every time I see these scenes, I still can't help ask these questions from the bottom of my heart. However, the answers to these questions are even more troubling. Troy smiles somberly, then tapped the position of his temple, causing a fluorescent panel to pop up in front of his eyes. It's not here either. Wansha, when will this endless war end? I don't know. What a pity. If one person dies on the battlefield, they're a hero. 10 people, they're martyrs. 1 million people, they're just a statistic. We already sacrificed so many people. Is it true that our mission will only truly be complete once we achieve victory and humanity has taken back Earth? I don't know. But I had a dream about us winning the war recently. A spark spreads from a faint orb of light, igniting change all around the world. Finally, the spark ignites the entire Earth and gradually fades after burning. Even if we win a temporary victory against the corrupted, the punishing virus won't be eradicated so easily. It was just a dream, though. It's just not a dream. The punishing virus has caught us off guard more than once. Just as human beings have spent millions of years building their own civilization on the surface of Earth, the punishing virus is also adapting and corrupting the land in its own way. If we don't find a way to eradicate it, when conditions such as environment and time align, one day the punishing virus will evolve into an existence beyond our comprehension. Well, but at least it hasn't come to that yet, has it? It's always best to plan ahead. But we still need to live in the present, right? Sure. The calm link becomes silent again. Thoughts fill the minds of Troy and Wansha. They continue to perform their respective tasks in radio silence. Oh, it takes me all the way back to the list, to the beginning. Gear. Looks like the battle here was especially brutal. Even the foundation is deformed. After confirming that there are no signs of life up ahead, Troy puts down his scope and walks out of the corner of the ruins. Wansha, everything checks out on my side. I'm going to head down the tilted foundation and investigate. Alright, I've positioned myself in a vantage point nearby. Wow, that was fast. That just means I can kick up my feet sooner. Troy checks Wansha's coordinates on his panel and looks up to see a sniper rifle nestled within a hole in the wall above. Wansha leans up against the wall and yawns. You need to set up your weapon. Now I can count on you. Troy leaps forward and arrives at a cluster of buildings under the deformed foundation. But you noticed it too, didn't you? The marker for the file we've been looking for is flashing in the ruins. We'll finish our mission once I collect it. Copy that. Let me check the scan. Alright, I should be able to enter from here. 2 collapsed stone slabs on the left and right support each other, forming a space just big enough for one person to enter and exit. Troy kneels down under the stone slabs and steps into the dark ruins in front of him. However, just as Troy wants to move on, he comes into contact with something hard. Huh? My panel isn't showing anything on the display. Scusa, outsiders are not permitted to enter. Who's there? Troy, get out of there. A strong shock interrupts Troy's conversation with Wansha. The building ruins that Troy entered suddenly shake violently. Uh-oh. Rubble and steel bars collapse for the second time. Troy and debris fly out of the collapsed ruins and hit the opposite building, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. A dark figure exits the collapsed ruins. The mechanical grinding of machine parts can be heard coming from his torso. Wansha's vision module can only detect an intricate machine and a head tightly bandaged, as if out of punishment or atonement. But Wansha and Troy's panels pick up nothing on the scan. The Babylonian equipment is useless in identifying the figure. No corrupted response. No construct response. Not ever a human response. Shouldn't it be not even? The flashing lights on their scanners indicate that the equipment is operating normally. The position where the figure stands is devoured by thick darkness. Even light cannot escape. The moonlight and remaining light within the ruins does not reflect any color. This is the first time I've seen something this strange. Troy? Troy? Whatcha? I'm okay. That thing has what we need. The dark figure inserts a chip into its chest, causing the mission icon to flash on their display panels. Seems like we have our eyes on the same file. Unfortunately, I cannot let you have it. I went through tremendous effort to unlock Gestalt's encrypted lock. Who are you? Just an insignificant gear. My job is to ensure that all operations run smoothly. The dark figure replies. It walks toward Troy, who fell in the ruins. The gravel at its feet vibrates with each step like a pounding drum. Step away from him. Wansha quickly repels down as he empties his clip. Silver lights rain down on the shadow, only to be deflected in the air by blue lights. Is that a threat? It seems that you can't simply die without pain. Ugh. Troy, hold on. Outsiders must be purged. Purge? Oh shit. No sound effects. Classic. What a trivial attempt. I could not hear what I could not read what he said there. What button is this supposed to be? Wait, what button is this? Normally I would click on it. Is it left kill? No? I'll just click on it then. Run away. This distance. Direct hit. You are a nimble one, but what can you possibly do with those nimble attacks? Not even a scratch. I remember this though. I remember doing this. We're sniping. That's all. I'm getting bored. Beep boop. It's not going away. Did I miss? I missed. I don't know what the button is for this, like, action. It's not showing a prompt compared to everything else. Oh. Very well. I'm getting sleepy. He yawned at that moment too. You will sleep forever. It looks like you're the one to fall asleep first. Looks like. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Boop. I can't move. What have you done? Just some trivial work. Possible. Good night, big fella. Impossible. coming right now, Troy. I'll heal you. I'll heal you. Sorry to trouble you again. I'm coming, Troy. Wait, did I say it's over? What?
もう寝る時間だよ、君たち。
Is that all you have? Gosh.
今
Ow.
回が眠る早めに寝ればその分
Buona notte, bloody humans.
来そうにないね。
Gear grabs Wansha by his head and lifts him off the ground. As I was saying, what are you fighting for? Wansha's lips move faintly, spitting out vital fluid on the gear. You can't see the figure's expression, but you can see that the light source on its body gradually changes from fluorescent to dark red. How blasphemous and banal. Gear slowly lifts off Wansha, then throws him onto the ground, cracking the ground from the force of the impact. Wansha's body slightly bounces into the air from the impact. Just as he is about to land, Gear catches him by the left leg. Endeavors deprived of faith are merely mundane shells, vulnerable and meaningless. How disappointing. Gear speaks, slamming Wansha to the ground on both sides like a doll in the hands of a child. Gear lifts Wansha above its head and slams him down again. You may be weak, but you still manage to withstand a beating, foolish one. This continues for some time. The thrashing from Gear appears to be slowing. Gear looks down at Wansha clenched within its right hand to discover that it is covered in a layer of frost. Due to the numbing cold of the frost, it had no idea that a layer of ice had formed. Although it is not thick, the ice affects its ability to control its limbs. Wansha lifts his right leg and delivers a powerful kick to Gear's forearm. Coupled with the numbing frost on the joint of its right hand, Wansha is finally able to free himself from its clamp. After seeing Wansha break away, Gear immediately swings his left hand to catch its prey again. Falling to the ground, Wansha shoots a silver orb of light at Gear's head. Whereas the orb of light is about to land a direct hit, Gear turns its head in an awkward angle and deflects the shot. Barely grazing the armor on its cheek with a trail of glistening sparks, the beam shoots off into the sky. Is that all? Trivial scum. Grievously wounded, Wansha smirks as if to indicate that the attack was not as trivial as Gear was led on to believe. It quickly turns to look in the direction of the orb of light. It turns to discover Troy, which it had previously sent flying, floating in the air. Only once Troy firmly grasps the orb of light around its hand does Gear see the attack's true form. It was a silver conical claw attached to a transparent composite rope. This thin rope, which is now attached to Gear's frozen right hand, is connected to a snare gun wielded by Wansha. Sleep tight. Wansha tosses the snare gun behind Gear and quickly rolls to the side, flying behind the enemy. The snare quickly wraps around Gear and tightly ensnares its limbs. Once the snare gun completely secures Gear, it transforms into a square sheet and adheres tightly to the back of Gear, preventing it from freeing itself. At the same time, Troy grabs the silver claw and flies over a raised section of the ruins, then quickly descends to the other side. Troy's injuries had caused him to collapse onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke around him. A thin rope hoists Gear up, leaving it hanging in the air. Dragging his left leg, Wansha limps over to Troy and helps him up. Troy plants the claw into the floor, then Wansha drops a frost grenade next to the claw. Right as Wansha and Troy leave, the grenade activates and freezes the claw to the floor of the ruins. Oh. Looks like your equipment won't hold out much longer. Have you relayed all of the enemy intel? No, I can't seem to send it. It seems like something in the air is jamming our signal with Babylonia. Troy points up, but as Wansha looks in the direction of his finger, all that can be seen is the thick cover of night that has imprisoned the entire area in darkness. Moonlight tries to pierce the dense layer of clouds, but only a dim glimmer of light reaches the ground. Nothing on the scanner. Maybe it's the same composition as that thing back there. Initiate emergency evac plan. See that fork up ahead? Let's split up there, then meet back at the evac point. Alright, got it. Sync up the time. 0043. 0043. No problem. ETA for the evac point is 3 hours. Give each other a 5-minute window. Switch comms to stealth mode in 5 minutes to prevent us from being followed. After Wansha gives the two of them basic aid, they lean up against the corner of the building, separating their paths. The air is so quiet that they can hear their breathing. Signal off. Entering stealth mode. Ditto. After the final confirmation, Troy and Wansha get up and break off in different directions. Right then, Wansha hears Troy's voice coming from behind him. Wansha, don't get yourself killed. Right back at ya. After saying goodbye, they part ways in the moonlight and walk toward the dark ruins before them. That's what I call teamwork. The ice crystals begin to gradually melt under the high temperature generated by Gear. Clenching its right fist, Gear breaks the composite rope ensnaring its body and smashes into the ground with a heavy thud. Dannazione. Run if you dare, wretched fools. Preparations must still be made for the path that will lead us to Sage. Sage? Sage Machina? Is he referring to Sage Machina? Back from the Hulao interlude. After losing its counterweight, the rope snaps and falls limply to the ground. Gear throws the composite rope still clinging to its body aside and looks in the direction in which Troy and Wansha had left. This may take longer than anticipated, but all potential threats must be eliminated. Wansha arduously makes its way through the abandoned city and crater-filled streets. Moonlight cascades on the broken buildings, casting overlapping shadows like the tenebrous depths of a lake. The night breeze passes through an open building and blasts Wansha with hot wind and gravel. Ravaged by war, buildings throughout the city have toppled to their foundation. Some are no longer covered by roofs. Others are now only empty shells. The disjointed buildings that still remain standing appear ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind and sand. The monotonous scenery continues to extend in front of Wansha. No matter where he goes, he sees similar ruins. Ugh. Looks like the painkillers have stopped working. The dormant pain begins to surface, disrupting each of his data circuits. The severe pain causes Wansha to stumble to the ground. Wansha, now's not the time for a nap. Keep going, or else Chrome's gonna yell at you again. But I'm spent. Wansha's eyes begins to tremble slightly. The sound of the wind in his ears becomes distant. He feels himself drift away from the world like the sensation just before sleeping. Now's not the time to sleep. I can't. And sleep. We snaw. Right as Wansha's body is about to forcibly shut down his visual module due to his injuries, a figure appears before him. Who? A human? No. I must. First. The stranger walks closer, but his voice becomes more distant. All Wansha can feel is endless darkness. I couldn't tell. No, it was the person that was saying that. I shouldn't have been. I thought it was Wansha. I don't know why. If it was Wansha, it would have said so. Gamble. I'm going to take a drink of water. A light blue flame at the bottom of the transport craft burns up the debris on the landing site, creating a circular area for hovering. The wind pressure generated by its hovering blows the clothes worn by the construct sitting on the ground. This is Mother Goose 3. Sorry for the wait, Kamui. With his greatsword strapped to his back, Kamui stands up and smiles at the transport craft as it lands. You're later than usual. Well, we encountered some interceptor drones upon entering the stratosphere. They didn't pose any threat, but they still delayed us on our way here from Babylonia. Huh? What are drones doing at that high of an altitude? No idea. They showed low signs of corruption, so we mistook them for allies at first. You don't say. Just as Kamui is about to board the transport craft, his smile fades into a more dignified expression. Hate to do this, but let's return to Babylonia before going to the next objective. Huh? But the pilot wants to continue asking him, but when he sees Kamui's expression, he realizes he was not making these demands lightly. Understood. Thank you. Upon saying this, Kamui boards the transport craft and connects to Strike Hawk's encrypted channel. You've realized it too, Captain. Haven't you? I have. What kind of mission was Wansha been assigned? Why would he need to operate in stealth mode to avoid danger? I'm not authorized to have access to the mission details. All I know is that Nicola dispatched members from each team on a top-secret mission. Where are you now? I'm in Babylonia on my way to the bridge. Why the long face, Captain? What? Sorry, I've been worried. Relax. No one knows how capable Wansha is than you. He's able to overcome any difficulty that comes his way. And he's a natural at whatever he puts his mind to. In other words, nothing stands in his way whenever he decides to get serious. Even if something really happens, we'll save him. I don't want to be the only one left to put up with your crap. It goes both ways. Sorry, I couldn't help but get a little nervous. This isn't the first time I've had to pull you guys out of all sorts of strange places. Right, so as I was saying, just relax. Regardless of what the higher-ups have to say, our duties as Strike Hawk will stay the same. You're absolutely right. Chrome, the Strike Hawk captain, reporting in. Chrome enters the bridge and gives the standard military salute to Hassan and Nicholas standing in front of the hollow screen. Hassan turns and nods to Chrome. Nicola retains a dignified expression and stares at the screen in front of him. Chrome, what brings you here at a time like this? I'm here on behalf of my team. I know I have no right to involve myself with top-secret missions, but as their captain, I must be responsible for their lives. I have reason to believe they've encountered an unexpected threat. What are you trying to say? Rome looks directly into Hassan's eyes and speaks solemnly. I am here to request permission for Strike Hawk to carry out a rescue mission for Wansha and the others dispatched on the top-secret mission. Nonsense. What do you think is the meaning of a military order? After hearing Chrome's appeal, Nicola finally shifts his gaze away from the holoscreen in front of him to Hassan and Chrome. Military orders are missions that soldiers must obey, sir. I do not object to your order. However, I stand here on behalf of those involved with the hope of minimizing your losses. You. Right as Nicola is about to reprimand Chrome, Hassan stops him. What makes you say that? Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. I was dispatched on a low-risk mission to patrol and survey the Arctic Ocean. Combined with the local climate, it would be more reasonable to assign it to Arctic fox, since they are better equipped for cold environments. This top-secret mission surely plays important tactical significance to Babylonia. However, the Spec Ops members appear to have encountered an issue that has resulted in the necessity for a stealth evac. I believe that is because the Spec Ops members have encountered an issue that is beyond their capabilities. Failure of this operation is bound to hinder the process of recapturing Earth. Therefore, I highly advise dispatching additional personnel to conduct a rescue mission and complete with the mission with a larger team. I believe you two are also looking for candidates to form a rescue team. Correct. Except not to conduct a rescue mission. Rather, we need to ensure that Babylonia acquires the necessary intel. Understood. I'm sure there are also certain criteria for selecting the personnel. Most of the task force members have been dispatched to various places around the world to eradicate the corrupted. Kamui just so happens to have just completed his mission. I am currently on standby in Babylonia. We can use the Chrome airdrop capsules to land on the surface at high speed whenever needed, so I propose that we are the best candidates for this operation. Impossible. This is a conflict of interest, and your personal biases will only doom the mission to failure. We may be weapons, but we were once humans. Each Strike Hawk possesses strong combat ability and synergy unmatched by other members. Whether in terms of execution ability or efficiency, Strike Hawk is the best choice. I'm not saying this out of inflated self-confidence, but a combination of practical considerations. After Chrome finishes speaking, a long silence fills the bridge. His head nods to Nicola, then looks to Chrome, and says, "You just mentioned the airdrop capsules. We're currently running trials on a new model that we've recently developed. We can't guarantee its safety, though." "Understood." "Well, it seems like you have already made up your mind. But did you just stop to consider why the Arctic Ocean Survey mission was assigned to you in the first place? Because there are a few issues there that only I can solve. If that is the case, then I will immediately resume the survey mission and rendezvous with Arctic Fox once I complete this mission. I heard Asimov say that the modifications to your frame are still in the trial phase. Continuous high-intensity operations put a lot of strain on it. The impact is minimal based on past experiences. Not to mention this will give me an opportunity to put it to the test and see what requires further optimization." You can't just talk a big game. Young people always overpromise and underdeliver. I said there was nothing but a dismal end. Nicola looks at Chrome and is met with a firm gaze. "I'm betting Langston Smith's name on it." "Well then. Looks like you haven't forgotten who you are. Looks like we can't possibly turn you down now. Coordinates have been sent to your terminal. Don't let us down. Roger." Nice. Awakening. The world was no longer pale as Wansha regained consciousness. He realized he was inside a building. The pure white world is stable and sweet. Sorry, just had to take a breather. Whew. The world is no longer pale as Wansha regains consciousness. He realizes he is inside a building. The surrounding walls are covered with neat and orderly knife scratches, as if someone was counting something. However, there are far too many scratches to count now. Wansha tries to send activation signals to his limbs, but his attempts are futile. Guess I can't move. Right as he tries to assess the damage to his body, his vision is filled with the black hole of a muzzle. Who the fuck? I wouldn't move if I were you. Seeing as he didn't kill me while I was out, I'd wager he's in part of the same organization as that gear thing. Maybe I... While Wansha is thinking about what to say, the old man takes the initiative. "Hey, what the hell are you? Huh? You look like a human, but there ain't a single human thing about you. You're obviously a machine, but you ain't acting like those crazy ers wandering around outside. Who are you and what you doing here? Choose your words carefully. Depending on your answer, you'll either be greeted with a bullet from my gun or a good morning kiss. Mwah. I'm just a construct that came here by mistake." "Huh? What the hell is a construct?" With that, the old man aims his rifle at Wansha's forehead. "Don't you know? It's a bit of a hassle to explain. In short, it is a humanoid robot made of tantalum copolymer with the help of a human consciousness module." Alright. Enough. "So, they put a human brain in this tin can?" I guess you could put it like that. Ain't that some blasphemy? Do you humans really want to run around on Earth like that? The old man spits to the side and lowers his rifle for Wansha's forehead. "I ain't ever seen any fella like you before. Construct, eh? That's a mouthful. I'll just call you by your name. Name's Arnold. What's your name?" Wansha. Wansha? Well, that ain't much better. Anyways, looks like you've seen better days. This place has been abandoned for quite some time. I ain't seen anyone alive here in ages. How'd you end up here? I don't remember. I don't even know where this place is. All I know is that the mission I was carrying out failed, so I was en route to the evac point. And then I just fell asleep. Or like knocked out. Fell asleep, my... You're on a mission, eh? Looking at your gear and nameplate. Guessing you're a soldier? Don't want to tell me who you are. Not like it matters. I wouldn't be going around running my mouth telling my life story to folks I just met neither. Sorry. Don't mention it. Soldiers are all the same. I get it. Oh. You were a soldier? I just know a dumb war vet is all. Sounds like you two were close. Live long enough, and you'll find yourself a few buddies. Same goes for you, right? You could say so. With wounds as bad as these, I can hear them yelling at me whenever I close my eyes. I ain't no grease monkey, but I can sure as hell say it's a miracle you made it this far. I mean, my buddy hadn't kept working on you while you were knocked out. Who knows when you'd have woken up. Just like that, a small round robot appears at Wansha's bedside. Arnold waves to the robot, and it jumps on his shoulder. It seems that this is what Arnold calls his buddy. We could only patch you up a bit. After all, I ain't ever seen this kind of tech before. Thanks, but why did you help me? Because of a promise I made with that dumb... Of course, I got my own reasons, but that's in the past. Anyways, you're safe for now. Arnold gestures with his hand and walks over to a corner. Hungry, Wansha? I still got some canned herring. Constructs can eat, but in theory, we don't have to. I mean, I could do a whistle, but like, I don't think the mic will pick it up. Ain't that convenient. Arnold takes out a knife from his waistband and skillfully opens some bulging cans. Suddenly, a strange, pungent smell fills the confined space and somehow manages to reactivate Wansha's damaged smell module. Whew, what's that? I think I'd have nightmares if I ate that. Kids these days. It tastes healthy and keeps you on your toes. The thing I wanted to share with you. Guess ain't easy to come by, you know? No, ain't like it was in the past. When I'd eat, I'd set up a table outside and ask my buddy to play my favorite bass tunes. I'd eat herring with crisp bread, potato, and butter, listen to tunes, and kick up my feet in the evening breeze. No people making a ruckus and none of these buildings blocking my view of the sky. Moonlight and stars shining all over me. Ain't nothing like that now. I don't know why I'm starting to slowly go into a southern accent for this guy. After opening the can with his knife, Arnold begins munching on the fish as he reflects on scenes of his past. But thanks to those monsters, it ain't easy finding supplies, and I can't stay out too long. Oh, wow, I can't even imagine. That's normal. A lot of stuff you gotta see for yourself. Arnold smiles and puts the last piece of fish for the can in his mouth with his knife. Just then, Wansha notices the sphere bot on Arnold's shoulder shudders slightly. Why's there always gotta be problems when I'm eating? What is it? Ain't nothing. I gotta go out for a sec. Really? At a time like this? You betcha. How else would an old man like me still be around? Arnold grabs his rifle, climbs up the ladder on the wall, opens the closed hatch above his head, and leaves the room. Well, guess I'll take this time to... Right as Arnold leaves, Wansha closes his eyes and begins to run diagnostics on the extent of internal damage. Has the damage from the battle and the side effects from the temporary blockage now completely blocked my internal connection circuits? That's a long question. What a drag. Yeah. That's a long-ass question. Looking around, a cloud of gray and yellow dust fills the underground space. The only light within the room comes from the beta lamp overhead. Inside of the room, parts are stacked on what appears to be a mechanical workbench. However, the layer of dust indicates that these items have not been used in quite some time. I wonder if Troy has reached the evac point safely. After thinking for a while, Wansha shakes his head and closes his eyes. Well, I'll say there's nothing I can do right now. I guess I'll just kick up my feet for a while. I'm back. Miss me, kiddo. Oh, no, you're back. Arnold's loud voice wakes up Wansha. Half awake, Wansha barely manages to open his eyes and look at Arnold's direction. Ooh, today took a little longer than usual. After climbing down the ladder, Arnold throws his rifle to the side and collapses on the shabby sofa in the corner. I don't know why, but there are more of these damn monsters wandering around outside than ever before. They're wandering around like a herd of sheep. Could it be? Don't worry about it. Took care of them already. Arnold reaches for his windbreaker and quickly points his finger out in front of him like shooting a gun. All the top actors used to do this. Oh, you don't say. Psst, you kiddos don't understand why women used to fall head over heels for this kind of thing. Arnold's mouth curls into a half-hearted smile. He crosses his legs and reclines on the sofa. I wonder if these monsters are acting so strange has got something to do with labeling you as some sort of fugitive. Yeah. I think this place is going to be crawling with danger here soon. You leave while you still can, Arnold. Who the hell do you think I am? Think I can just leave you here in your condition and save my own hide? But you don't have to do it for a stranger. Don't care even if we just met? I ain't gonna do it. Do you know what it's like living in a prosperous and bleak metropolis? City folk turn a blind eye to those around them. That's how awful society was like during the Golden Age. We used to care about each other. You won't read about that in those data files of yours. Changes like that in society can't be recorded in those files with just a few words or statistics. I've seen the kindness of humanity and experienced the indifference of society. Human society flourished for a time, but then they became indifferent to each other. You can't watch people survive in such indifference and selfishness. I ain't gonna join them, and I sure as hell ain't gonna be like them. That don't mean I hate humanity. The opposite, actually. We can't just give up on others, no matter who it is. Calling it escaping sounds nice, but it's really just weakness. I don't want to see this kind of weakness in humanity, so that's why I live here alone with my buddy. But I still can't sit by and ignore the lives of others. So you see, there's the two of us who are gonna get out of here alive. But I know you can't move in your condition. So how about this? I fix you up, and we get the hell out of Dodge. Huh? Don't underestimate this old timer. I used to be a doctor. That's how I've managed to modify this old body of mine and keep it up and running for so long. Arnold walks up to Wansha and lifts up his coat, revealing numerous surgical scars covering his body. I see. But it ain't easy operating alone. That's why I built my partner here to lend a hand. Arnold straightens out his clothes with one hand and pats the sphere bot on his shoulder with the other. Well then, tell me what I need to know to get up in there and fix those nuts and bolts of yours. I can't just go in blind. I want to show you my handiwork. Arnold dusts off the workstation and wheels it over to Wansha's bedside. Like you said, time is of the essence. Let's get this over and done with. Arnold's pretty cool. I like him. 4 more to go. And it's actually going by quite quickly. Might be able to fit in the interludes or the hidden stories. Echoes of the past. And take a drink of water. The mechanical arm on the workstation swings back and forth as the sphere bot hands various tools to Arnold. 3 centimeters to the left. Cut the artificial skin, then open the upper mechanical cover. Is this it? Yep. It sure has some mighty fine craftsmanship. Well, it came at the cost of a lot of research and sacrifice. I see. Guess it ain't easy being a construct. I had no idea technology in the outside world had come this far. Huh? You don't know what's going on in the outside world? Don't know? Don't care. I don't know how long it's been since I left society and started living by myself out here in no man's land. All I remember is opening my hatch one day and the whole world had changed. See this hand? I amputated it when it got infected and started to fester. That's why it's modified the way it is now. Luckily, this pile of protective gear only came at the cost of a hand. Well, impressive. Of course. Who the hell do you think I am? Who hadn't heard of Arnold back then? Listening to Arnold speak, the sphere bot handing him tools suddenly kicks him in the face. Bzz, bzz, bzz. I completely forgot. Thanks for reminding me, bud. It's alright. Enough about the past. I've long abandoned everything I once had. As for the protective equipment, it ain't as powerful as you, little buddy. I built this little guy out of scrap metal I picked up from the dump. There's just enough to keep me going. Me and my partner are like on an island cut off from the outside world. I see. Think I can borrow that buddy of yours, Arnold? Sure. What for? Arnold stops his work and grabs a water bottle from the cabinet off to the side. He squeezes it into his mouth, but only a few drops dribble out. After that, Arnold throws the water bottle aside, then grabs the sphere ball off his shoulder and tosses it next to Washa. Try connecting it to my temple. Like this. Arnold pulls a connector from the back of the sphere bot and attaches it to Washa's head. The surrounding environment suddenly changes. The dingy underground room becomes a spacious white city. The bricks and stone that built the city pour out from the ocean above, pass through Arnold and Washa, then splice into various buildings within the city. The architecture changes styles continuously. In an instant, the city goes from magnificent European halls to modeled urban ruins, then to a blood-red dead zone. Light and shadows alternate rapidly in the city. The boundary between day and night begins to blur. The white city continuously alters its shape. Refracted sunlight shines from above, unveiling a blue ocean of data behind it. Various buildings and images reflect in the ocean, waiting for the two divers to give instructions. Well, I think this will give you a glimpse of the outside world. What's this? Is this what the city looks like now? Is that the ocean up there? Well, that's the data stream up there. It just looks like the ocean is all. Arnold is stunned for a moment as he scans the changing scenery around him. Survey work is tedious, so I asked someone to modify the projection recording function. I can basically reproduce what I've seen from the data stream overhead. It sure is convenient. You can even see. Arnold shakes his head, aware of what he is about to ask. Forget it. I stopped caring about the past ages ago. Show me where people live now. The surrounding city folds in on itself, revealing Babylonia. Well, the old cities were mostly destroyed by the war, so everyone basically lives in Babylonia. Babylonia. I thought it was only under development. Not that it was already finished. Good thing you know about Babylonia saves me from having to explain it. That's amazing. Humans have ascended to the heavens. Heavens? I guess you could say so. In short, human beings live, develop, and proliferate in preparation to recapture Earth at every moment. The scene of Babylonia gradually transitions to display the flow of people and construct soldiers being sworn into action. On the other side, cities have devolved into battlefields. Constructs continue to charge corruptive fighting and dying in battle. Scenes of devastation appear around Arnold and Washa. Survivors and constructs fight bravely against the corrupted, unleashing destruction on the surface. Is this really the world we live in? Why are we trying to recapture Earth? Why? I still don't know the answer to that question. You throwing yourself into this war, you ain't got an answer? Is it because you're looking for one? No, I don't think so. Without the help of the sphere bot, Arnold has to get the repair tools himself. As he looks for the tools, he says, "And why recapture this sick planet?" Sick? You mean the punishing virus? No, the planet was sick long before that. The cities and societies of the past were all sick. We have the virus and monsters that are now spreading outside our punishment for the diseased society of the Golden Age. While mankind enjoys a prosperous life, it breeds a source of disease known as corruption and degeneration. Does humanity really need to return to this planet? Maybe we should focus on tomorrow instead of the hopeless things of the past. What's the point of sacrificing so much to recover Earth? I think it's so mankind can return to Earth one day. Do you want to return to Earth? Do you really want mankind to have another golden age? Finally finding the right tool, Arnold turns to Wansha and continues work on the next section of repairs. Honestly, I've had my doubts on the collective goals of mankind for some time now. Humanity's path to achieving their goals is paved in whitewashed lies, yet we continue to work towards these goals. Just like before, huh? I've never been determined to win at all costs like those around me. With the long war, a ray of hope shines above every construct. In order to win a menial victory, they use their own flesh and blood to pave the dark road to humanity's ultimate goal. I've had countless dreams that humanity ended in tragic defeat. The flame had grown so weak that darkness finally came. After a brief struggle, the moat was finally extinguished. I have thought and tried, but now I realize that personal efforts pale in significance when faced with our current reality. I'm too exhausted to think about answers now. Isn't that perfect then? Use this time to abandon this rotten earth. Throw away all the troubles and thoughts, all the travesties of human history. Travel to the stars and begin a new era. I can't do that. Excuse me. Because I've had many dreams about another potential future. Eventually, the surviving humans will bathe in the first light of dawn. In this dream, there stands my comrades who have maintained conviction, as am I. My comrades look to each other with smiles of satisfaction. The civilization that humanity only spoke of once again becomes a reality. We finally return to Earth and save ourselves. Once confused, cowardly, and wavering, I feel an unprecedented emotion standing before such a world. I feel an overwhelming sense of triumph and elation. But that was just a dream. I also imagined that humans of the Golden Age would regain their faith that was once so close at heart. The dreams will eventually be broken. Humanity is doomed to repeat past mistakes time and time again. Disease will only be followed by new disease. You're right. We must all wake up from our dreams eventually. But in making our dreams come true, there is always something within my power. Wansha quickly switches the projection around Arnold. Countless bricks and stones form a war-torn battlefield. The projection of the battlefield gradually enlarges, showing Wansha rushing to the aid of those wounded in an attempt to save them from the throes of death. If we stop here, are we not betraying our comrades? The same comrades we have fought with to achieve this dream. The same dream in which we share in each other's smiles. Oh boy, here come the yawns. Oh no, I'm sorry. Starting to feel a wave of drowsiness. Looks like you got more moxie than I thought. So find something you can do yourself, huh? Nothing great or noble, but a way of life that you can live on your own, right? Yeah, this way of life might be a little selfish, but I hurt a lot of people and constructs in the past because of what I've done. So what? Who cares? Everyone has their own way of living. You and me both. I was a loner during the Golden Age. When I came here to get far away from society, I knew the outside world would criticize me. Had I not left, I probably wouldn't even be here speaking with you. Ain't no one got the right to talk back. Talk. Life is selfishness. In the end, it just depends on your. Smiling only just moments ago, Arnold erupts into a violent coughing fit. He covers his mouth, but Wansha sees blood dripping between his fingers. Arnold smiles, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, and continues using the tool in his other hand to connect the exposed mechanical circuits. Ain't nothing to worry about. I'm used to it. Looks like one of my organs is on the fritz again. Once you're finished fixing me up, why don't I return the favor and see what's wrong? You know what the hell you're doing? I've had some training in first aid. Let me fix her first, and we'll go from there. Oof. Oh boy. Scared that I might fall asleep again. Oh man. Now I'm starting to feel like Wansha encounter. Find anything, Captain? Negative. You? Negative. Kamui and Chrome walk out from both sides of the ruins and reconvene in the front of a huge pit to exchange intel. In the center of this pit are two raindrop-shaped airdrop capsules. The high temperature upon entry had severely deformed the airdrop capsule's exterior. After opening the patch, hot air continues to emit from within the cabins. I've never seen those interceptor drones we ran into during our descent. Looks like they were deliberately trying to slow us down. Well, our mission is different this time. Wretched bastards. What are more of those fools from Babylonia doing here? There's been enough delays already. Dark object flies towards Chrome and Kamui. Instinctively, the Strike Hawks separate just in the nick of time. After finding his footing, Chrome scans the flying object and discovers that it is a mechanical head emitting static electricity. It's Troy from Roboros. Hearing Chrome utter this, Kamui sprints faster toward where the object is coming from. But as he is about to reach the target position, Kamui swings his greatsword furiously at the building in front of him, causing it to collapse. Hole. Impatient are we? No matter. This won't take long then. Behind you, Kamui. The sound previously heard appears behind Kamui all of a sudden, and he is struck by a violent whirlwind. With the dull crunch of metal from the impact, Kamui is sent flying into the air. Right as Kamui is about to collide with the protruding steel bars in the distant ruins, a pale blue streak of lightning gallops across the ground. In a flash, the lightning grabs Kamui and pulls him up along the wall with the steel bars. Thanks, Cap. The lightning gradually dissipates as Chrome reaches the top, holding Kamui's hood. So, looks like we found the culprit behind all of this. It's not corrupted. Watch out. It's no ordinary enemy. I'm looking for that fool dressed in white. You know where he's hiding now. Nothing I can disclose currently. Oh. By the look of your nameplate, you must be from the same squad. If I kill you, that should draw him out of hiding. Give it your best shot. Captain, let me go. I'm gonna smash his face in. Kamui waves his greatsword in the air, but Chrome tightens his grip on Kamui's hood. We just need to buy time so we can find Wansha and retreat. Alright, got it. What a waste of time. Oh, wow, that was it. No, we're almost done already. Crazy. Frog in the wall. After who knows how long, Arnold is just about to finish maintenance on Wansha. With no room for error, sweat drips down his cheeks. Right at this moment, the sphere bot jumps up and projects a hollow map of the city for both of them to see. The hollow map shows 3 blips running among the collapsed buildings. Bright sparks flash intermittently. Are those your comrades? Yep. Guess those two idiots came looking for me. Because they're your comrades. Comrades. Alright, just gotta patch up one more thing. Arnold places the sphere bot and washes hand. Haha. Not like you can refuse, can you? Let's finish patching you up. Arnold walks back a few steps and sits on the sofa. He takes a pill from a pillbox under the sofa and swallows. Wansha cannot tell what it is, but based on Arnold's look of disgust, it must be a tough pill to swallow. The spherebot standing before Wansha slowly opens up as a series of connectors extend out from within and connect with Wansha's external ports. Wansha can feel the robot's energy pour into his body. With Arnold having fixed his external damages, his lack of operating power is restored with the help of the robot. It's been ages since I've had talked with another person. But this power is... Think of it as a gift for showing me the outside world. I don't like owing others nothing. I don't want that power going to waste. It's broken beyond repair anyways. Why not give it all to you? Not to mention, we'll have a better chance of both of us getting out of this mess. I see. Alright, now it's my turn. Let's see what organ is damaged. Wansha stretches his hand and feet. With his limbs functioning normally, he gets up and approaches Arnold. However, Arnold reaches out his hand and gestures for him to stop. There's more important to do than look after me. You saw the hollow map? Your comrades are in trouble. Let's go. Show me what kind of world we live in now. I have been hiding for too long, but I feel like going out there today. Alright. Oh, it's really short. Journey's End. Strike Hawk! The moon once again hangs in the night sky. Wansha helps Arnold open the pressure valve and return to the surface. Following the sound of a building collapsing in the distance, Arnold pats Wansha on the shoulder. Get going. I'm gonna be right back, Arnold. Arnold merely nods in response. Wansha checks his equipment, then sprints off into the distance. The clashing of metal and metal echoes throughout the empty city ruins. Blue, gold, and black figures were entangled in battle. The sheer force of weapons colliding turns the surrounding gravel into dust. Crom and Kamui try to distance themselves from the onslaught of close-range attacks from Gear. However, they are only met with a barrage of bullets from its heavy machine gun. Following the barrage of bullets, Gear unleashes another flurry of close-ranged attacks. Chrome and Kamui grit their teeth as the enemy suppresses them with wave after wave of relentless attacks. This bastard is on a whole other level. We can't be defeated this easily. Come on, let's keep going. Fools! Why can't you just embrace death and wait with us for the sage to return? Kamui and Chrome respond with a two-pronged attack. The greatsword and scythe slash in concert, only to be caught firmly within Gear's grasp. Bwahaha! Babylonia couldn't have fallen this far, could they? Seizing the Gear's moment of arrogance, Kamui blocks its punch with its greatsword and follows it with a spinning slash from below. However, Kamui's greatsword is once again firmly blocked by Gear. Unable to respond in time, Gear throws a punch straight at Kamui's face. The fierce of the blow sends Kamui flying into the side of the building. Kamui! Chrome waves his scythe to distance himself from Gear, then quickly retreats. But his retreat routine is immediately blocked off by a burst of black energy, in which Gear gradually disappears as a devastating strike hurls straight toward Chrome. Over here. Before Chrome can react, Gear grabs him by the shoulders and pulls him into a forceful knee to the abdomen. Vital fluid spews out from Chrome's mouth. But right at that moment, a huge rock flies towards Gear. Extending its hand toward the approaching rock, it becomes a heavy machine gun that shreds the rock to pieces with a burst of gunfire. Shards of rock fall to the ground. However, Chrome disappears from in front of Gear. Looking into the distance, Gear sees Kamui holding Chrome on the side of a building. Are you okay? I can still move. Don't worry about me, Captain. Chrome smiles bitterly and wipes trace amounts of vital fluid from the corners of his mouth. My frame still needs to adjust to the adjustment. I think I can fight close range and at long distances, so we got ourselves a dilemma. We're up against a tough enemy, but that doesn't change our objective. Yeah, you're right. We need to find that idiot we've been worried so much about, then finish the mission together. Still holding on to unrealistic fantasies. Another round of strafing forces Chrome and Kamui behind a section of ruins. Now, a few seconds later, the ruins they are hiding behind are smashed to pieces. Gear's dark figure appears in front of Chrome and Kamui, menacingly. The sound of rapid bursts, accompanied by sparks, follow a series of blows exchanged between the three of them. A whirlwind of blows from Gear continues to press Chrome and Kamui, gradually tearing at their artificial skin. It's over. Right as Gear blocks Chrome and Kamui's attempt at a counterattack, it declares victory against its defenseless opponents. But upon finishing the sentence, a silver flash appears above them and intercepts Gear's next attack. Captain, look! Isn't it the person we've been worried sick? Oh, have you finally come out of hiding? I didn't think you'd still be operational after sustaining such heavy injuries. Several silvery white orbs of light descend from the sky, forcing Gear behind cover a few meters away. The orbs of light splash on the surrounding ruins, stirring up a faint white mist. Enshrouded in the mist, the tired looks of Kamui and Chrome shows faint signs of relief. Hehe, cavalry's finally arrived. Wansha lands between the three figures. Gear prepares to take out its gun and shoot, only to be interrupted by Wansha's grenade. When the grenade detonates, a large amount of mist and smoke fill the space. When the mist disappears, the Strike Hawk trio is already standing on a building far away. Getting here has been quite the pain in the... Anyway, I made it. Yeah, took you long enough. At least you're back. Vermin will always be vermin regardless of how many there are. Do you three really think that'll change? Look at this shot. This is such a cool shot. Captain, this mission is ranking my overtime. I'm going to need some time off when I get back. I'll consider it. What about me, Captain? Will you be staying put in the base? Fair enough. How dare you assume you're getting out of here alive? Gear shouts angrily as it shoots a barrage of bullets at the Strike Hawk trio. However, the bullets are deflected by Wansha before they hit. I don't care what you've done in the past, but now you appear before me and threaten those I care. That means I've got you in my sights. So you need to start trying a little harder. Arnold leans against the ruins while the spearbot projects the distant battle. A white, blue, and gold figure quickly move around the dark figure at the center. The dark figure, which had been suppressing the trio, was beginning to show signs of weakening. Now the trio is continuing to force its retreat. Are they what's living on Earth now? With a steel body like that, you could easily do so many things far beyond the abilities of us ordinary folks. They continue to feel the emotional effects of battle. They feel confusion and pain, yet they continue moving forward. Never abandon your comrades. Never abandon hope. They ain't different from us humans. Well, they're even more human than us in some regards. Oh shit, Hans. Are you sure you want to stay here all by yourself? If you come back, maybe the military can even provide you with shelter on my behalf. You know that ain't gonna happen, dumb. Get out of here. I don't want to stain your perfect image. Consider us even. I was a lone wolf during the Golden Age. I couldn't go back even if I wanted to. I've witnessed the glory and corruption of this era, and the scourge of society spread throughout the world. A brilliant and wise elite rule at the top, while everyone else struggles in the dregs of society. You and I both know the slums all too well. That's why I've chosen to live the life of an outcast. Who would have thought an outcast like me end up with this newfound sense of conviction? I hated the polarized and fragmented human society that corroded the will of humanity. I wanted to prove that era wrong. I tried my best to live isolated from the problems of the world around me. Now, living has just turned into me lingering on and forcing myself to live, to survive. The era I wanted to prove wrong has been washed away in the torrential current of time. Humanity's time to shine is over. Now is the time to begin anew. Constructs. Bahahaha. I guess y'all are what humanity should be now. Earth. It really ain't worth all this damn nostalgia. If we recapture Earth, then what? Rebuild the mistakes and madness of the past era? We're just souls, unable to find solace in our inability to free ourselves from the shackles of gravity. But if we leave the decisions to these construct fellows, maybe we can end this vicious cycle and guide Earth down a new path. Your attacks are futile. Gear swings its fist to strike Kamui again, but fails to anticipate him suddenly dodging the blow at the last second. Kamui sidesteps Gear, revealing a barrage of bullets from Washa. Useless. Gear raises his other hand to deflect the bullets, only to find that its entire body has been rendered motionless. What into this? The faint blue projection of lightning dissipates. Chrome reaches out his hand for support against the wall and gasps for air. At this moment, even though Chrome is vulnerable to an attack, Gear is unable to capitalize on the opportunity amidst a barrage of bullets aimed directly at its head. His only option is to fall back. Just as Chrome is about to collapse from overexerting himself, Kamui appears beside him and breaks his fall. I'll dispose of the weakest link first. After being forced back, Gear turns to strike Chrome. Fortunately, the blow is firmly stopped by Kamui standing off to the side. The force of the blow pushes Kamui back several steps. His military boots leave deep gashes in the ground. I won't let you break through my defense. Gear lifts its foot to kick Kamui, but right at that moment, Washa knocks it off balance with a volley of bullets. The Strike Hawk Trio's unrelenting attacks continue to push Gear back through the streets and buildings. You must be joking. Even the chariot. Gear waves its arms and deflects a bullet. Right as it is about to shoot back, it feels a gust of wind above him. Take this! Kamui raises his great shield and slashes downward from high above as Gear retreats. The devastating slash strikes the ground, sending debris flying into the air. Gear shoulders the blow of debris, then reaches out to grab Kamui through the cloud of dust. But as Gear traverses the dust, it is met with a sight imbued with lightning. One cannot catch Saint Elmo's fire barehanded. Retreating a few steps, Gear manages to stabilize itself and catch the destructive impact of the scythe. Right as it tries to grab hold of Chrome, he is interrupted by a barrage of bullets from the side. Gear tries to block the incoming barrage, but an ebony greatsword appears in front of it. Haha, you can't block this now, can you? The greatsword slices through the lightning and bullets straight for Gear's head. Following a dull thud, the strike sends Gear flying across the street and into a building. Is that all you've got? After pushing off the stone slab that pinned it down, Gear slowly exits the building. A faint current envelops it. A slash from the greatsword should have smashed its frame. Instead, it only leaves a faint scratch on its helmet. Looks like we're back to where we started. Gear looks around to discover that the trio have pushed it back to where Wansha first made his retreat. It appears so. We're back to where you wretched dogs ran away with your tails between your legs. How sad. You'll lose here again soon, but you won't escape this time. Is that so? Who's to say? Enough time wasted. I shall finish you off right here. Is he not doing anything?
長く眠れる了解出撃だこれだけですか撃殺する目を閉じて安らかに眠れ
What's wrong with him? Oh, there we go. He just was not moving.
了解出撃だ撃殺する目を閉じて安らかに眠れ
Is he bugged or something? He's like barely not. Okay, let's move him out from the wall. And have him move into the center here instead.
もうねこれだけです長くこれだけですかもう了解撃殺する目を閉じて安らかに眠れ
Oh.
もう寝る時間だよ君たち
There you go.
長く眠れこれだけですもう了解出撃だ
And ooh. Is he not dead? Okay. He's running away. Hey, where are you running already? Who was the one barking don't run earlier on? Kamui don't go. Sure. It's over. Nice. Juancho stares at the enemy before him. Time seemed to stop momentarily. The air is so quiet. All he can hear is his own breath and Gear's footsteps. That's the wrong use of the word here, but okay. 1, 2, 3. Juancho counts quietly to himself, acquiring data, calculating direction, adjusting angle. Juancho had heard everything Chrome and Kamui had encountered over Strikehawk's encrypted channel. He must avenge Troy, fulfill Arnold's wish, and fight for his comrades. More importantly, he must uphold his faith. In this solemn era, mankind has made countless sacrifices so that they can return to Earth. This goal is not in line with his own. He has known that for quite some time. However, in order to protect those he cares about from sacrificing themselves for this goal, Juancho's course of action has long been set in stone. The best he can do right now is to help his comrades and shoot the enemies down, not letting the fallen down, becoming an unyielding flag on the battlefield. It's over. With the combined forces of the Strikehawk trio, the threat from Gear had finally been neutralized. Juancho is like the linchpin in the Strikehawk's attack, perfectly complementing Chrome and Kamui's shortcomings. Although his attacks are not fatal, they are always there precisely when they are needed most. While Gear was on the defensive, it had forgotten it was fighting 3 people. Strikehawk's flawless teamwork had formed into a singular impenetrable wall of attacks. Gear's attack had been decimated. Its defenses had been stripped away. Don't let up. Bang. Juancho fires a silver orb of light straight at Gear. Chrome swings his scythe, imbuing the orb of light with blue electricity. As calculated, the orb strikes Gear's head where it had been weakened by Kamui's greatsword. It appears I underestimated you. Speaking its last mournful words, Gear collapses onto the ground and stops moving. Well, this sure was quite the train wreck. Oh, you can say that again. Well, at least it's over. Yeah, now we just need to get our hands on the target and we can call it a day. Wansha slings his sniper rifle over his shoulder and walks toward Gear's remains. Unbeknownst to the trio, a faint light shines upon them among the lights of the surrounding buildings. After obtaining the file, Wansha returns to where he had left Arnold. But when Wansha approaches, he discovers that Arnold is missing. Instead, all that remains is the sphere bot and a can of herring. Wansha touches the robot, causing Arnold's hologram to project in front of him. Goodbye, human of the new era. Maybe it's just me, but you are more human than anyone I had ever met in the cities of the Golden Age. Because you have the passion, they don't. You have a heart. Don't worry about me. I'm just a human from a bygone era. Those of us who still remain should be scattered in the wind or buried in the dirt along with the times. In the past, we were cold, weak, and fragile. We were a fraction of what you have become. You are far more real than anything we ever were. You can explore space and take back Earth for yourselves. It doesn't matter. It's time for you to start an era that belongs to the constructs. Take the can I left you as a token from an old soul wandering adrift. After all, I gotta shake things up a bit, right? Well then, see you around, kiddo. Just as Arnold's message finishes, the sphere bot in Wansha's hands runs out of power and falls into eternal slumber. Does this mean I still owe you? Wansha places the robot next to the pressure valve, picks up the can of herring, and looks at Chrome and Kamui as they approach from the distance. Hey, Wansha, let's head back. Coming. The Babylonian transport craft flies into the night sky with a trail of blue flame. The once war-torn city of the post-pandemic age finally returns to tranquil silence. Once the transport craft disappears, two figures appear from within the city ruins. They defeated Chariot. No matter, the file we need has been backed up and sent to the organization. Its memory shells remembered the mission right before it went offline. It sure is callous of you to say. My comrade died right before your eyes. Leaving rusty gears will only affect the organization's operation. A timely death is the best course of action. Alright, fair enough. Have you finished cleaning up Chariot? Now is not the time to make a presence known to Babylonia. Of course. Alas, erasing knowledge of Chariot from a powerful enemy such as Strikehawk took considerable effort. When I get back, upgrade my data circuit to the latest model as reward. I'll pass the word along. Let's go look for Sage. There are still a lot of preparations for the ceremony before it returns. Alright. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Who's that? What are those? Okay. That was the second half of it. That only took an hour and a half. Alright, let's go into Hidden then. Let me just... Let me do this. Hang on a second. We'll do Hidden now. 8 nodes. Okay. Air transportation. The pale blue breathing light pulsates overhead as per regulation. The roaring engine reverberates in the somewhat spacious transport cabin. Mother Goose 7 reporting in. T-minus 10 minutes until arrival. The confines of the transport craft afford little recreation. No snacks, no one shooting the breeze while awaiting landfall, no one laughing or smiling as they disembark to meet the enemy's fire. All that the crew can do is remain in their seats, ensure that equipment and weapons are operational, and review mission details in preparation for immediate engagement upon landing on the surface. The crew needs to be ready at all times for immediate evacuation, making a forced landing, a commonplace in the war against the corrupted. After all, machines are different from humans. Their attack patterns seem illogical and confounding. After another round of equipment inspection, the crew opens their terminals and reads the mission log seemingly countless times. Battle intel has been uploaded to your terminals. War waits for no one. That's why we've dispatched multiple elite squads. Hassan pauses a moment and looks at the commandants before stopping his gaze on Usabeni. For many of you, this will be your first time conducting a large-scale operation. There may be pressure, but this is a great honor. All of you have proved your ability on previous independent missions. Exceptional combat capabilities bound to be important, but what is needed in this battle is to command the overall situation without fail. Therefore, we have specially arranged a commandant as the chief commander of this campaign. The chief commander has led her team to the surface to clear the way for auxiliary teams. This battle will demonstrate the effectiveness of coordinated tactics between commandants and constructs, significantly increasing recognition in this era of retaliation. I hope you will keep this in mind and not fail. By the way, President Hassan specifically told me to remind everyone, you're still in the early days of team building. Many people are watching, make us proud. But this will also be the first time Grey Raven will be participating in a large-scale operation. Do your best. As a flurry of footsteps plays on the broadcast, you look up to see Lee suddenly appear at the hatch of the transport cabin. Why the long face? I'm just thinking about the mission. Looks like rumors of your vigilance are correct. Rumors? Don't worry, it's nothing negative. What about them? They're syncing up with their new frames. Oh, what about them? That's how it's said. Initialization should be complete before we make landfall. Actually, new isn't exactly apropos. Apropos. After all, one has been used previously and the other is a prototype. By this definition, they aren't exactly new. Choosing your words wisely as always, I see. Save the jokes. I was being serious. Really? You reminded me of a certain detestable woman. Anyway, is that the mission briefing you're holding? Why? Looks like commandants receive about as much intel as constructs. No matter. Seems like they are keeping a tight seal on intel. They don't even want to divulge any more clues regarding the target city to those involved. We just have to follow orders. You're right. Just like Kurono. The transport cabin's hatch slowly opens as two familiar figures enter. Lucia, reporting for duty. Put in the way, everyone. No matter. Your arrival is within my estimates. How's the frame? Performing as anticipated. In fact, Dawn seems more optimized than Lotus. Is this new technology from the Science Council? The prototype's operating at a 40% higher power output than the original frame. I see. The joints are constructed out of composite material. If this material is used for modifying the weapons. Lee. However, it appears that a lot of the technology is still in early development. They must be running a field test to collect data for further enhancements. Then I'll perform my duties to obtain the most accurate data. Can't wait to see you in action. Me too. I look forward to the day when Dawn is complete, and I pilot it for the first time. Liv? Everything's fine. I've used this frame before, so there aren't any issues with synchronization. Why did you stop using it after joining Grey Raven? Grey Raven, prepare for landing. As Liv stands there in hesitation, the pilot's broadcast interrupts the conversation. Everyone brace for impact. Copy. Hearing the broadcast, everyone quietly takes their seats and fastens their restraints. The slight rattling signals to everyone that the transport craft deployed the landing gear. About time. Let's treasure the opportunity to fight together. Grey Raven, prepare for departure. Roger. Chief Commander. You stand at the landing zone and watch the transport craft take off. In the FOB erected by the Vanguard forces, numerous teams are moving about the base, strengthening fortifications and adjusting comm lines. corrupted remains piled outside of the base allude to a small conflict while the base was being erected. A tall construct is throwing debris on either side of the street to clear a passageway for personnel and vehicles. This area had been engulfed in the flames of war like most human cities on the Earth's surface, now standing in silence as the surface falls into desolation. Corrupted intermittently scurry down the street toward the base only to be immediately blown to pieces by the defense turrets. Corrupted. Hold up. The base's defenses are sufficient enough to fight off the few corrupted wandering outside the city. Actually, a horde of corrupted are making their way to the city center. That's our target for this mission. Let's report for duty first. Right. The temp HQ should be... over there. Lucia checks her surroundings, then fixes her eyes on a makeshift building in the center of the base. The white flowers and pink ribbons on the exterior of the temporary headquarters serve as a stark contrast with the surrounding charred city ruins. Someone sure got a strange taste. Don't assume, Lee. Maybe they serve a special purpose. Perhaps. Alright, go report for duty. I'm going to scout the surrounding area. Alright, we'll leave the reconnaissance to you then. Before Lucia could finish speaking, Lee had already turned to leave the base. Liv? What's going on? It's nothing. Let's go report in. HQ's interior is far more spacious than expected. A woman is in the center of numerous display panels. A hologram of the city fills the space outside of the screens. The woman furiously taps the screens, displaying various data on the city hologram, such as corrupted distribution, weapon deployment, and material allocation with each tap. Grey Raven, reporting for duty. Lucia, who is walking in front, speaks first. Hearing Lucia, the woman stops tapping the screens with both hands. Grey Raven. She speaks as she pushes aside the display panel in front of her. Her eyes fall directly on the Grey Ravens walking into the HQ. Oh, those Grey Ravens. Looks like you really are on the roster for this mission. It's been a while, Usabeni. You know each other, Commandant? It's you. Should I be honored that you remember me? What do you mean? Nothing. I was just remembering a few things during our time at FOS. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Vanessa, Commandant of Egret and Chief Commander of this operation. Regardless of your past accolades, Commandant, you better follow my orders as the Chief Commander. Egret. Isn't that? Vanessa rises from her seat, crosses the city hologram suspended in midair, and slowly approaches the Grey Ravens. Yes, the team Liv used to be a part of. Vanessa. Seems like you're still using the frame I had recalibrated for you. Why appear before me as Lux? Miss me that much? That's not the reason. Didn't I teach you to keep your mouth shut? Usabeni, the constructs on your team aren't all this insubordinate, are they? Saying this, Vanessa slowly lifts her hand as if to touch Liv. Stop her. Hands off. She's part of Grey Raven. Not Egret. Noticing Vanessa's intent, you take a step forward and catch Vanessa by the wrist. Chief, discuss the mission at hand. I don't know why, but I sure get a kick out of hearing the Commandant call me that. Focus on the mission, please. I see you're still as boring as always. Regardless, shouldn't a doll be punished for disobeying the master? They are my comrades. There's no such thing as master. Comrades? You really haven't changed a bit. But if that's how you view them, I have no interest in getting involved. After all, they're your playthings anyway. Constructs aren't playthings built to serve. Comrades to you, toys to me. Family to him, tools to her. It's irrelevant. Each team interacts differently. At any rate, the powers that can be only care about completing the mission. But there's still one thing I'd like to say. Vanessa leans in and whispers into your ear. Don't worry, you can cut the act. You can kick them to the curb whenever you've had your fun. Even the most beautiful of toys is worthless if it refuses to listen. Compared to such an exquisite dollhouse, they belong in the dump, do they not? Chief, please focus on the mission. So, Liv suddenly steps in between you and Vanessa. Looking outside the headquarters, she signals you with her gaze. The confrontation had already stirred up quite the audience of onlookers. Why let go so easily? Hold on a little longer if you'd like. After all, it'd give others a chance to see another side of you, Chief. Vanessa gently rubs her wrist, smiling at you and Liv. Chief, the Grey Ravens await your orders. Lucia's loud voice suddenly comes from behind Vanessa. Vanessa scowls and turns to reprimand Lucia. Did I give you permission to interrupt? Apologies for interrupting you, but the corrupted threat still hasn't been alleviated. We must focus our efforts on the mission. Neglecting one's duty may be detrimental to the success of the mission. If the higher-ups want to point fingers, you'll be shouldering the blame as the chief commander. Vanessa quietly sighs, then returns to her seat surrounded by screens. With a gentle tap of the screen, the Grey Ravens symbol appears above the hologram of the city. Grey Ravens, breach the 35th to 42nd Street in Zone B. There are far more corrupted concentrated in this area than the surroundings. But I'm sure that won't be an issue for your team, right, Chief? Understood. Good. Don't disappoint me, Grey Ravens. Grey Ravens, move out. Roger. As the Grey Ravens depart, the other teams originally gathered outside of the headquarters return to their respective posts. Vanessa types on a screen as she watches the Grey Ravens leave. Usubeni, how long do you think you can live out this naive fantasy of yours? Oh, she's nice. Under the trap. Lee's blue figure passes through the dilapidated buildings. As he advances, each corrupted on his way, without exception, is shot precisely through their memory shells by him. Lee, you're moving too fast. The Commandant and Liv don't have the same mobility as attacker constructs. Don't overdo yourself if you can't keep up. But if you run into trouble, we won't be able to provide you with support. Lucia, haven't you noticed that we're making faster progress than on previous missions? This isn't the first time the two of us attacker constructs are in each other's way on a mission together. Hearing Lucia on the comlink, Lee shows no sign of slowing down. Instead, he keeps his finger on the trigger. Lee flies among the corrupted, leaving a trail of mechanical debris. I'm merely stating the facts. I have no malicious intent. By the time you guys had reported in, I had already finished gathering intel on the enemy here on the streets. One attacker construct was all it took to wipe out the corrupted around here. There's still a lot we don't know about the city. Assume echelon formation and alternate as point man. This will conserve energy consumption for each member. But, no buts. You haven't thought of a better solution, have you? So, I'll be the first to take point. Lee's voice suddenly cuts out. Only static crackles over the comlink. Lee? I've lost Lee's signal. Prioritize clearing out enemies along the way to Lee's position. Roger. Everyone arrives at Lee's last known location, but Lee is still missing. Instead, you see a circular pit. Lee? Over here. Lee's voice comes out from within the hole. As you approach, you see Lee lying there motionless. Wait, I'll get you out of there. Lucia extends her hand into the hole, but upon touching the edge of the pit, she suddenly retracts her hand as a dazzling electric light runs between the hole and Lucia's fingers. It's an EMP trap. Ground forces use these against corrupted, but they were later banned due to their inefficiency. Exactly. The traps don't kill the enemies. Instead, the corrupted can just overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Humanity's defenses are now hindering their own attack. How foolish. Commandant, we've overstayed our welcome. A horde of corrupted are advancing on our position. Hearing this, Lucia tightens her grip on the katana, the pain of indecision tearing at her heart. Go on. I can handle myself. I can't move my frame, but they won't break it so easily. What do you think, Liv? Evacuating is our best option. Minimizing losses would be more beneficial overall. If this is the secret to Agrad's repeated victories. But we're the Grey Ravens. Commandant, what are you doing? You pull out a tactical knife from your waistband and rope from your backpack. You fasten one end of the rope to the edge of the pit. You tie the other end of the rope around your waist. Doing my job. Got it. Lucia nods and readies her katana and prepares for battle. Lucia? We're the Grey Ravens. Do as you see fit. What's the hold up? According to my calculations, Corrupted will arrive in 30 seconds. After fixing the rope, you reach into the pit. Unlike Lucia, touching the edge has no effect on you. Seems like it's ineffective against humans. Ensuring that there is no hindrance, you climb into the pit. Leave no man behind. What are you doing? Ignoring Lee's questioning, you rappel down the pit. Your army boots thud against the wall, echoing throughout the pit. A few moments later, you reach Lee lying there motionless at the bottom. As you reach the bottom, you hear the clanging of a katana and buzzing electricity overhead. Looks like they've engaged the enemy. Kneeling down, you help Lee up and fasten him to your back with the rope. Why are you being so foolish and reckless? You're in no condition to help yourself. Laugh it up. No need to act like you're concerned. I've seen enough as is. Looks like this trap is old. I can also temporarily short-circuit constructs. Good thing I was the first one into the pit and not corrupted. Otherwise, you'd have been in trouble, Lee. With Lee on your back, you tug on the rope to check that it's securely fastened and begin to slowly climb your way back up. Severed, corrupted limbs fall into the pit as they become enveloped in blue static and crash into the bottom of the pit with a heavy thud. Now everyone is in danger because of me. We've already made up our minds. There will always come a time when you need someone's help. Just like I said earlier, you should give it a try. When I get back, the first thing I'm doing is give this frame EMP resistance. Alright. Coming out of the pit with Lee on your back, you see Lucia with her katana standing among corrupted remains. The worn coating on her legs shows signs of an arduous fight defending this position. Liv is sitting on the ground, struggling to catch her breath. Even her levy gun lays motionless on the ground. Commandant, Lee. Thank goodness you're both alright. Good thing we made it back. What a weird Commandant. Hey Lee, why is your face turning red? Hearing this, Lee can't help but touch his cheeks. He quickly turns his head to look the other way. The frame's heat dispersal is malfunctioning. Don't worry about it. He's blushing. Malfunctioning heat dissipation may cause issues down the line. Liv, how about Lee? That won't be necessary. But... Only Lucia, clueless, cute. Rapid descent. With a swift slash, Lucia smashes through the rooftop door and rushes onto the roof with her katana at her hip. No enemies acquired. Area secured. Confirming that there are no corrupted on the roof, Lucia turns and nods to other Grey Ravens in the corridor. This building overlooks Zone B. Liv, scan the area for enemies. Roger. I'll get ready. Lee walks over and squats along the edge of the roof. He takes out 4 mechanical devices from his arms and fixes them onto the edge. Lucia sheaths her katana, then walks over to you. Apologies, Commandant. Why are you apologizing? Whether it be for acting on my own accord at HQ or for failing to make the right call just now. I failed my duty as captain. I always have to rely on you to come save the day, Commandant. As captain of the Grey Ravens, I should be able to lighten your burden. That's my duty as the captain. No, you've only imposed that upon yourself. I don't get it. What matters most is that we fight for a common goal. Sounds like a form of consequentialism. While fighting for this goal, there are certain things only you are capable of doing, Lucia. Only me. Don't just focus on your mistakes. You should also learn to accept your strengths. My strengths. Like your decisiveness back at HQ. You really got us out of a pinch. Well, if you say so. Scan complete, everyone. Let's go. Right, the mission comes first. According to the scan, corrupted are gathered in the factory on 39th Street. Lee magnifies the street hologram in Liv's hand. Red dots representing corrupted are gathered all throughout the area. In this situation, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to proceed directly with destroying the factory. So, Lucia looks up at you. Nod at Lucia. Understood. Lee and I will split up to cover 35th Street and 42nd Street. Liv stay here with the Commandant and provide long-range support. Huh? But before, didn't you? There are numerous factors we need to account for on the battlefield when devising an attack plan. I think your assessment is right, Lee. Liv doesn't excel in close-quarter combat. Not to mention she exhausted her levy gun while rescuing you from the pit. She should come around with the Commandant at her side. Sorry for slowing everyone down. No matter. It's equally important to own up to your strengths and weaknesses. Oh? Hearing this, Lee is lost in thought for a few moments before returning to his usual expression. Liv puts her hands up to her chest and looks down in hesitation. Everyone. Well, it's decided then. Confirming the battle plan, Lee leaps off the right side of the roof. I left repelling gear and basic protective devices for the three of you on the roof. Use them as needed. Lee, cut the chit-chat and get to work to prevent any further delay. Understood. Forthcoming as ever, Lee. Yeah, it's kinda cute. Cute? Perhaps. I wonder if I can be like Lee someday. Just be yourself. Don't force yourself to be like someone else. Okay. While you and Liv speak, Lucia proceeds to collect the equipment Lee left on the roof. I'm going to. Liv, Commandant, be careful. Alright, get going. Communication and the team is crucial. Alright, Lee. I've arrived at the 42nd Street, moving toward the 35th Street now. Oh, that's fast. Better make this quick. Okay. This is almost going too well. Data terminal? Looks like it's still functional. Good. I couldn't get more info about this city from outside. Hope the internal terminal can tell me more about it. Let me see what's so special about this city. A strange way of encryption still is no match for me. Lee, you have stayed in the same place for too long. The corrupted nearby are coming at you. I don't see them. Oh, I almost finished. Liv, we'll hold it back. Understood. Preparing range support. Keep it steady. Lee, are you alright? It's okay, I found a way to decipher it, but I need some time. Liv, Commandant, please cover us from the rooftop. Stay put, Lee. I'll take a detour and help you. According to Liv's scan, I can reach Lee via this route, this prototype. I'm still unfamiliar with it, but it shouldn't impact my movement. I'll meet up with Lee first. There we go. What? Oh no! Damn it. That happened so quick. That happened so quick. Okay. Sorry, I'm late. Cuties. That's alright. What's important is that I've managed to crack the encryption. What's this? What? Let's fall back after getting rid of these enemies. I've got something to show Commandant. Yeah. What the heck? It's invisible. Why was it invisible? There we go. Commandant, looks like Lee found something. He and Lucy are on their way back to our position. Understood. After enduring the stress of providing long-range support for Lucy and Lee, Liv finally sighs in relief and turns to look at you. Good thing you're here, Commandant. I couldn't have done this without you. You've already done great. Oh, and thanks for the encouragement, Commandant. Vanessa assigned us a difficult mission, but I'm glad everything went according to plan. Yeah, if everything keeps going so smoothly. Bang. Huh? The blast of an explosion erupts near the base of the building. After the explosion, you and Liv notice that the roof is now at a clear slant. Liv, Commandant, what's going on over there? The slanting roof causes you to stagger uncontrollably. The pile of equipment off to the side also begins to fall onto the ground. It's a jitter bomb. A jitter bomb? Looks like it's too late. They were originally used for industrial blasting, but they were modified for use in the war. The army added encryption camouflage to them, so they typically don't appear on scans. Operation seems to have alerted the corrupted, but they must have accidentally triggered a jitter bug while converging on this location. Bang. A second round of explosions detonates, causing you and Liv to lose your balance on the already shaky ground. The pile of equipment topples on to the top of you, then carries you off toward the edge of the roof. Commandant! Grab Liv's hand. Bang. Liv grabs onto a guardrail and reaches out to you. You struggle to grab her hand, made even more cumbersome by a third explosion. You roll off the side of the building. Your mind draws a blank as you are overcome by the feeling of weightlessness. Commandant! Among all of the equipment falling around you, you catch a glimpse of the rappelling gear Lee had already installed for you. Grab rope. Gripping the rope tightly, it quickly begins to slip. Your rapid descent causes a friction to rub through your protective gloves. Intense heat sends blood trickling from the gap between your hands and the rope. Grit teeth. The blistering pain from your hands fills your mind. Your body urges you to let go, but your spirit compels you to grip even tighter. You see Liv on the roof, forcefully pulling up the rope, but you're falling too fast to notice any immediate reduction in speed. From the ground level, Lucia and Lee rush over to the building where you and Liv are located. Hurry, pick up the pace. They are moving even faster than usual, but everything seems futile in the face of such a dire, sudden situation. Such a rapid pace has it pushed the frame to its limit, causing the frame's cooling system to roar violently as it is overloaded by the high temperature. A series of chain reactions for overheating causes Lucia's frame to emit electric sparks violently. As if in protest to the excessive disregard of safety regulations, Dawn gives out a loud bang, drastically reducing forward progress and causing Lucia to fall on the ground. It's Dawn at its limit. The Commandant will die falling to the ground at this speed. Get moving! However, the collapsed frame remains irresponsive to Lucia. The cooling system is used to operating at such a high frequency, but the legs had overheated and were now inoperable. Well then, realizing the state of her frame, Lucia grabs her katana, charges up a throw, and launches her katana at full force. Despite Lucia's right arm showing signs of being dislocated from the throw, her katana hurls directly toward the Commandant. Finally, the katana collides with the rope in hand, firmly embedding it into the wall and with the impact, stopping your fall just 2 meters off the ground. Looking down at the ground, a large crater from the jitter bomb blasts can be seen. A large number of corrupted fragments were blasted off the building and into the crater. Whew, that was a close one. Liv's help you climb out of the huge crater. Thanks to Lucia's cooling system, her legs regain a degree of mobility. Lee helps her limp back and regroup with the both of you. Both of your protective gloves have been destroyed by the friction. Blood continues to trickle out from your hands and onto the ground. Liv takes out some bandages from the medical kit that helps dress your wounds. Calm down your hands. Don't worry, I still have feeling in them. Sorry I let this happen to you. I'm sorry. Had I not zoned out, I probably could have just pulled the Commandant up. There were too many variables on the battlefield. If I had gotten there earlier. No one should blame themselves. We're all alive, aren't we? Liv quietly finishes bandaging your hands and injects you with the serum. Now there shouldn't be any risk of corruption. Thanks. Don't thank me. I didn't do my job. Lee helps Lucia rest beside the ruins, then gets up and walks up to you. Leave the rest of this operation to us. Liv, take the Commandant back to the base for recovery. The Commandant will be a burden otherwise. Lee, I'm just stating the facts. You've helped out considerably, but the Commandant can hardly even shoot. And if the wounds go untreated, that may cause even more trouble down the line. Are you belittling me? Not at all. Liv, return to base once you finish giving the Commandant first aid. Alright. Commandant? I refuse. Lee, why have you stepped foot onto the battlefield? What sort of nonsense is this? You can't answer a question with another question. In order to restore Earth as quickly as possible. Sounds about right for you, Lee. Restore Earth with whom? Someone important? Yes. I'll take it. Why bring this up? Everyone has their own reason for stepping foot on the battlefield. You do, and so do I. Our conviction to endure has us outrun death time and again. But we are constructs. You are human. We are inherently different. The moment anyone steps onto the battlefield, constructs and humans are one and the same. We all exist under one name, and that is warriors. I mean, I would have preferred humanity, but you know what? That works too. Warriors belong on the battlefield. Even so, if you die, all of this will be in vain. Well, I've never had a death wish. I see. Exactly. You lock eyes with Lee for a moment, then he turns to leave. Alright, sure. But if anything happens again, I'll have Liv send you back to the rear. You won't be able to convince me otherwise. I'll go check the area for any remaining jitterbugs. Everyone stay put. Finished speaking, Lee proceeds to the end of the street. Lucia leans up against a brick wall and looks up toward you. Great job back there. Thank you, Commandant. I've already recorded the limits and shortcomings of this frame. I'll organize it when I get back and submit it for improvements. But I'm finally understanding what it means to be a captain. Do your thing, Lucia. Understood. There you go. Night break. Zone C 1st to 13th Street, 32% clear. Zone A 57th Street to 65th Street, 45% clear. Zone A 20th to 34th Street, 29% clear. Zone B 35th to 42nd Street, 17% clear. Zone D first to 45th Street. 83% clear. Pathetic. That's all we got on our first day of battle. Teams that are lagging behind will need to crank it up a notch. At night, the city finally ushered in a brief calm. However, occasional gunfire can still be heard in the distant streets. With the Grey Raven's efforts, the team finds a safe building in Zone B to be used as a temporary resting point. After reporting the progress of the first day of operation, you enter the rest point from the corridor to find Lee already waiting on the other side of the door. Finish reporting in? Yes. Gonna take a look at this. Lee gently swipes his hand, causing a file to appear midair. What's this? I deciphered it from the terminal in the city today. The document explains why outsiders can't find any information on the city, because this was an evacuation point for one of the Acadia operations. Which one? I can't recover any specific data, so I can't say for sure which one. Based on the results, the evacuation operation failed, and corrupted occupied the entire city. Resources, materials, and manpower reserves, all of which were buried when the city was besieged. In the present era, it looks like others have even gone through and erased records. Only until recently have we been able to return to the city, but everything was left in disarray. The record's fragments are exactly as Lee describes. Vague words recorded at the beginning of the retreat, the sudden attack from the corrupted, and the last words of humans that chose to stay within the city. After reading the file, Lee gently taps a corner of the file, and it disappears without trace. Alright, I'm going to destroy it if you finish reading it. After all, the powers that be don't want anyone else finding any clues about the city. Lucia, take watch up top. I'll continue to patrol the streets down below. Rest up, Commandant. Another tough battle awaits us tomorrow. As he finishes speaking, Lee walks past you and follows the corridor downstairs. Prepare to rest. After deciding what to do next, you walk toward a shabby sofa in the rest point. It is the only piece of furniture on the whole floor. Lucia has moved it from who knows where. The walls are pock-marked with bullet holes. The French windows on the south side were damaged during the evacuation, leaving only shards of glass in the grooves above and below the windows. Unobstructed beams of moonlight shine through the windows, bringing dim light into the dark interior. Sitting on the sofa, your tightened nerves from such an intense day can finally enjoy a moment of respite. Commandant? Liv's voice can be heard from behind the sofa. Turning your head, you see Liv walk over toward you. Are you taking a break? I just sat down. Ah, are your hands feeling any better? A bit better. Good to know. How do you feel? I feel a lot better. I fully regained control of my levy gun. I wasn't talking about your frame. Huh? I was talking about being in the Grey Ravens. I think there's a huge difference between the Grey Ravens and Egret. I've heard stories of Vanessa's tactics. I'm not talking about tactics, I mean dynamic. I'm sure everyone else has only ever heard of Egret's successes. Vanessa single-handedly kept all issues with the team's dynamic from ever seeing the light of day. So, is that why Vanessa was so confrontational with you? Yeah. I think she believes that my joining Grey Raven is an act of defiance to her authority. I'm sorry for everything you've been through. No, it's nothing. Don't be sorry. You're a lot different than Vanessa. With our time together, I've gradually come to realize why Lucia was so persistent in the training room. Persistent? You don't know, Commandant? Said too much. Never mind. It's no big deal. Maybe Lucia will tell you when the time is right. Got it. That's what makes you so special, Isabeni. How so? Well, I think it's the respect and trust you give constructs. You never push anyone to talk about or do something they don't want to. Every construct at your side has freedom and the right to choose. We can all do as we please. We're not just weapons and tools. Am I really that different? Of course. But your unpredictability still makes us worried. I hope you'll pay more attention to yourself next time. Don't be so careless. I'll do better next time. As for Lee, even though he isn't great at expressing himself, he worries about others to the point of being overbearing. As for Lucia, her judgment may be clouded on occasion, but she still presses onward. Overall, I think every member of the Grey Ravens is truly wonderful. As if a little abashed for what she had just said, Liv stands before you with her head held low, trying to hide her expression from you. I hope you keep watching out for us. Commandant. How am I overbearing and unable to express myself? Lee, why don't you go in? Standing in the corridor and leaning against the door to the rest point, Lee suddenly sees Lucia walk down the corridor. It's nothing. Really? Lucia tilts her head slightly in confusion and continues to approach the rest point. Reaching the door, she puts her hand on the door handle. Lucia? What is it? I found some things while patrolling the streets. I need you to come retrieve it with me. Understood. Thanks. It won't take long. Lucia nods and turns to leave. Seeing her go downstairs, Lee sighs and follows her. Unbeknownst to others, Lee looks back at the door to the rest point before leaving. No one notices that Lee's eyebrows, which have been firmly knit since the start of the mission, have finally relaxed for a moment. That's when these guys are coming out of their shells. Secret of Victory. Lucia? Lee? Where did you two go? I had to help Lee get something. We already knew where it was, but then Lee suddenly disappeared. Did Lee run into any danger? No. I realized Lee was just pacing around in circles. This city all looks the same. It's easy to get lost. Lee, is your navigation module... Shh. Alright. Now that everyone is here, let's continue with the mission. Understood. The sun rises from the city horizon, illuminating the corrupted lurking in the shadows. Within a split second of metallic scraping, the corrupted's broken body appears within its own visual module. The signals received in its electric shell gradually fades to nothingness as its head collides with the ground. The last image branded in its memory is a flash of bright red. Lucia, another enemy at your 3 o'clock. Understood. Lucia cleans the corrupted oil off her katana with a flick of her wrist. She kneels at the ready, then sprints off in the direction indicated by Liv. A small red light flashes through Lucia's visual module. With her keen perception, she quickly glances in the direction of the red light to see a jitter bomb lying there. Seeing the jitter bomb, Lucia quickly withdraws behind cover. However, to her surprise, there is no explosion. What happened? I overloaded it. If a threat exposes itself, I won't let it remain a threat to us. I won't allow myself to make the same mistake twice. Thanks. Don't let your guard down. Right as Lucia hears the message on the comms, a bullet from Lee flies past her and takes out a corrupted rushing toward her. However, due to the distance, the bullet fails to pierce the corrupted's protective casing. Seizing the opportunity, Lucia flips her katana up and stabs the corrupted in the head. I've eliminated all the nearby corrupted. Same here. Clear up the remaining corrupted in the center of 38th Street, Liv. Roger. Liv raises her hands slightly, hindering the horde of corrupted's movement. A pink electric current flows between Liv and her levy gun. Control secured for 13 seconds. I'll leave the rest up to you all. Alright, Commandant. It's our turn. Reload. Commandant, are your hands really okay? Don't worry. Our instructor taught us how to handle a situation like this. Okay. In the distance, Lucia waves her left hand, giving the attack command. Lee charges out from within the shadows of a nearby building. Climb over barricade. You climb over the barricade and quickly charge toward the horde of corrupted. As Lucia and Lee advance down the street, corrupted fall before their blade and gun, one after another. As you advance, a corrupted blocks your way forward. You aim the muzzle of your gun between its eyes and pull the trigger. The corrupted falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Commandant on your left. Even though Liv is suppressing the enemy's movements, that does not mean their attacks are any weaker. You turn to the left, barely managing to parry the corrupted's incoming attack. A bullet flies past you, putting an end to the corrupted standing before you. Get your head in the game. Open fire. Raising the gun, you shoot past Lee and kill corrupted about to attack him from behind. You too. In order to maintain stability with the gun, you subconsciously use too much strength in your hands, causing blood to slowly seep from your bandages. Commandant. Oops, you got me. With the collective efforts of the Grey Ravens, the horde of corrupted on the street has finally been cleared. Liv suddenly appears next to you. She grabs your hands despite you intentionally keeping them behind your back and out of view. Don't move. I need to give you emergency medical care. After confirming that all corrupted have been eliminated, Lucy and Lee walk over to you and Liv. Liv expertly bandages both of your hands. Then both of you look up at Lee and Lucy as they approach. What's wrong, Commandant? I'm all good. No worries. Whatever. Shall we take a break before moving on? Let's keep moving. The factory is up ahead. The threat will only get worse if we wait any longer. We need to cut them off at the source ASAP. Understood. Agreed. Let's proceed as the Commandant has directed. Oh, that's a lot of corrupted. And then a big boy at the back. Is that the factory over there? Looks the same as where we've just been through. That's why I said the city planning here was horrible. And he seems to still be bitter about getting lost. Let's hurry up and clear a way to the factory. This is... What's wrong? We should be able to use it with some adjustment. Ow. Just like my calculation suggests. It's very powerful. Are you right, Lee? Not a big deal. Don't worry. Please don't move. I'll give you some treatment. The sentry gun is activated. Oh god. Okay. Your vibes. Like I thought this could be useful. Commandant, I'll leave it to you to make the call. I can't dodge, right? Oh, I gotta hit the EMP for each of them. Lee, why are you so slow? He's just getting hit by each of these. Can't reach him from there. I can't dodge, so. Oh, never mind, I can dodge. Ouch. Oh, I didn't read what they said. Sure. Shit. I was clicking way too much. The Grey Ravens gradually approach the factory on 39th Street. As the team presses onward, more and more corrupted begin to appear before you. Lucia takes the lead in cutting off the corrupted. However, several corrupted use this opportunity to attack her. Seeing the incoming attack, Lucia leaps into the air and slices down through the approaching corrupted. With the failure of the corrupted's attack, Lee's gunfire penetrates their memory shells, giving them no further opportunity to attack. Lucia kneels on the ground to stabilize her frame. All of the corrupted that had attacked this area are now paralyzed at her feet. Lee, 5 corrupted are crawling out on the ceiling at 10 o'clock. All clear. Lee, behind you. Punch. Lee dodges the incoming attack of a corrupted arm severed by Lucia. Luckily, you are able to deflect it before it hits Liv, who is engaged in combat and now is behind you. Are you laughing, Commandant? Yeah. What are you so happy about? Just seems like we're beginning to act like a team. Enough of that. Blades and bullets fly into the factory as corrupted debris piles up behind. As if aware of the incoming threat, the factory's assembly line begins to rapidly increase for corrupted production. A newly manufactured horde of corrupted pours out like a flood of steel from the assembly line, destroying everything in their wake. Stop them from spreading to other areas. After receiving your order, Lucy and Lee rush forward and attempt to stop the massive horde of corrupted, but a single team is powerless in their attempt to stymie the flood. Before the Grey Ravens, the corrupted quickly reduce in number as they surge in other directions. There's too many. They keep growing in number. Boom. What was that? The corrupted charging the Grey Ravens from the left side were suddenly vaporized by white light. Long-range support? Shortly after, another white column of light descends from the sky, swallowing all the operating machinery within the factory in a violent explosion. A wave of scalding machine parts falls at your feet. This landing point. No, this can't be. Commandant, everyone! Lee calls out loudly and presses your shoulder firmly with her hand. You struggle to ask something, only to find a pink force field gradually surrounding your body. This is... Sorry, Commandant. I started the operation without permission. Do what you believe is right. Got it. The pink force field begins to slowly expand, enveloping each member of the Grey Ravens. Shortly after, the third beam of white light descends upon their position and ripples outward. The team attempts to leave the blast area, but a fourth, fifth, no, countless beams of white light pass overhead, blocking any further progress. The entire area fills with a cacophonous sound of explosions and the roars of corrupted. The ground underfoot fractures from the blasts, then disintegrates from the next beam of white light. You temporarily feel suspended in space and time as the surrounding area is filled with white light. The sudden bombing finally submerges the entire factory and everyone within. A mysterious cold breeze blows in through the neck of your damaged exoskeleton. The cold tingling sensation travels to your brain along the nervous system, awaking your dormant consciousness. Opening your eyes, you see that the white light has disappeared. The pink force field gradually dissipates, leaving the surrounding area shrouded in darkness. Who's Benny? Who's calling me? I'm here. In response to the call, you instinctively raise your right hand, but feel something hard. Perhaps the sudden movement had caused the rock fragments near your hand to slide down with a clear and delicate clatter. A sudden beam of light pierces the darkness, illuminating your field of view. Finally, you see the anxious faces of Lee and Lucia standing before you. Don't move. We're getting you out. Lee, looks like there's a support to the left of the Commandant. Let's start from there. Lucia. Commandant, we found you. Alright. Liv could have done a better job, but it should suffice for the time being. The exoskeleton sure came in handy. After Lee helps you with emergency first aid, Lucia slowly helps you to your feet. After testing your legs, you find that you can still move. Thanks. Thank goodness. Sorry for making you all worried. It's fine. Just like you said, at least we're all alive. Liv? I remember her being right in front of me. We haven't found her yet. I'm upgrading the computing power of my SAR module. The three of you fall silent. All that remains of the factory is a disarray of ruins scattered throughout the surrounding area. The towering buildings were flattened, the foundation blasted askew. Everyone knew that the chance of surviving such a bombing was grim. Let's get moving. She may be trapped in the wreckage just like I was. Got it. Bang. Suddenly a bullet hits the ground beside your foot, drawing everyone's attention. Looking up, you see a handsome male construct standing at the opposite end of the street. Is that a corrupted? Teasel, put away your weapon. Vanessa appears behind the construct referred to as Teasel, accompanied by a small female construct. So, you were behind all those explosions. What? Correct. An attack of this magnitude took a considerable amount of preparation. It shouldn't have been used here, but because of your mistakes, I had no choice but to use my precious orbital bombardment. You should thank me. After all, I cleaned up your mess before you could cause any irreparable damage. First, you don't thank me. Now the three of you are looking at me in disgust. Despicable. Teasel, Bambinata. Oh, Bambinata. Stand in front of me so I don't have to see their repulsiveness. The two constructs beside Vanessa quietly step forward, separating you from her. We can't find Liv because of your attack. So what? Even if all of you died in the explosion, so what? Sacrificing one squad to win the battle. Isn't that worth it? What do you say, Teasel? You're right. Good. Vanessa smiles and slaps Teasel's handsome cheek with her other hand. He suddenly clenches his weapon, but quickly returns to normal before the others could notice. Teasel's disheveled bangs obscure his gaze, hiding his expression. Do you know why I hit you? No, I don't. Nothing seems to get through that handsome face of yours. Bambinata, tell Teasel. Number 1, Master's questions must be answered immediately. Number 2, Master is always right. You hesitated, Teasel. Apologies. I will be more attentive. Very well. Vanessa smiles at Teasel's affirmation, then fixes his bangs. No comrade should be sacrificed so carelessly. How cute of you to say that, Chief. What made you become like this? The punching virus? Oh, right. As your former classmate, I have a small suggestion. Resign as a commandant. Leave the front line and never return. The battlefield isn't suitable for naive fools like you. Deception, exploitation, abandonment. These are the laws of victory on the battlefield. Stay in Babylonia. Work as a liaison officer or logistics personnel for Egret. You can also use Egret's resources that used to belong to Liv before we kicked her. Liv was as naive as you, so she was thrown away like an old doll. Enough. Your hands begin to emit intense heat. The bandages wrapped by Liv had long been undone from the bombing. Blood flows down your arm, along your gun, and onto the ground. The heat dissipation system running at the muzzle indicated that a bullet had been fired from the gun. At the other end of the trajectory stands your higher up, Vanessa. Man, she's a bitch. Exchange of resources. The main roads connecting the target city with the surrounding area have been blocked by electrified wire meshes. This is taking longer than anticipated. Are you sure that you're working to the best of your ability? Forget it. I'll follow up on your shortcomings once the mission is complete. Now that the surrounding areas have been cleared of corrupted, sealing off the main roads have temporarily closed the city off from the outside world. Bambinata, status report. We still require another 5 minutes to disarm the city's protective barrier. I sent an additional UAV. You have 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the city will have a temporary power outage. If we don't seize this opportunity to finish the battle, this will come at a greater cost than anticipated. If you cannot complete the mission in a timely manner, you know what the consequences are. I'll try my best. Liv and Bambi now remain silent on the comm channel. Vanessa slowly approaches the window of the temporary headquarters and looks out at the distant city. 3 minutes later, Vanessa gently taps her portable terminal. The factory in the city was the first area to explode, causing all the machinery to disintegrate in the blast. The second round of attacks targeted the central purification filter and the energy center. The ensuing energy leakage resulted in a series of explosions that destroyed most of the city center. Corrupted hiding in the area were annihilated by the blast and the subsequent collapsing of buildings. Looks like the engineering force is going to be busy. Oh well, reconstruction work doesn't concern me. Vanessa chuckles as a third round of attacks is launched from various firing points erected on the periphery of the city. Missiles sweep across the city, greatly reducing the corrupted forces. Master, why was the third attack launched ahead of schedule? Some of the Construct's forces couldn't evacuate in time. They didn't need to evacuate. They were tasked with luring enemies to the designated areas. Your naivety reminds me of a former classmate. What a fool. Had they not been sacrificed, the corrupted would have continued to run rampant and attack even more constructs. Is that what you want to see? This would result in our defeat. Are you so naive as to think that you can shoulder the price of failure? But what? Sacrificing a few constructs in exchange for the safety of many more people is a cost-efficient exchange of resources. Our operations will save far more people. You should be happy about this, are you not? Seeing as how you made me laugh, I'll forgive you just this once. Understood, Master. Well, Tiso, it's your time to shine. Don't scuff up the new coating I gave you. Understood, Master. After all the preliminary attacks, Tiso raises his weapon and begins to push toward the city, killing all of the remaining corrupted to have survived the fire. Since the operation eliminated the corrupted throughout the city with such little collateral damage, Egret had become a highly praised squad by the military. However, Liv did not make an appearance during the commendation ceremony, because Liv knew that this was not the outcome she had anticipated. However, Babylonia cared not. People only cared about the righteousness of victory. No names were recorded in this righteousness, only the ever-increasing casualty number. Whereas a soldier's duty toward righteousness made Liv realize that there was no room for naivety, not let alone doubt. Regardless of these principles, distress continues to weigh down on Liv's heart. In order to give herself some solace, Liv goes to the training room as usual to temporarily distract herself with a round of intense training. But upon arriving at the training room, Liv discovers that it is already occupied. Think you can take us on, Lucia? What's going on? The female construct, Lucia, is standing in the middle of the three other constructs as tensions begin to rise. Let me guess. If I lose, I hand over the Commandant, correct? Oh, this was in our interlude. We're all ready to be deployed for combat, but who knows how many months it will take you. Ha! What? Lucia launches an attack without further hesitation. The battle had already started the moment both sides had readied their weapons. You'll stop at nothing to win. After one person falls, the others immediately get into formation. You're the ones who'll stop at nothing. Do you really call this a fair fight? This is just basic squad tactics. Let's get her. Alright. No matter how many of you there are, you're no match for me. The Commandant is my Commandant. Liv presses against the outer wall of the training room, watching the battle progress inside. Shortly after, the fight comes to an end. She sees Lucia standing in the center of the room, badly wounded. The other constructs that had provoked her were now rolling on the ground in agony. Lucia props herself up with her katana, scanning the room. I win. My journey in becoming a Grey Raven won't end here. Grey Raven. Assign a team member to the Grey Ravens, but I'm not sure where I would find someone at this moment. The researcher sifts through the constructed data with uncertainty, until quickly coming to a halt. Looking at the terminal, she comes across a figure in pink. Commander said a support construct is required. How about this lieutenant with first-class military accolades? But she's already assigned to a team. Whatever. I'll leave her file in Commander Nicholas' office. It's his call anyway. Here's the transfer order for aggregate member Liv. I can't believe someone actually wants that naive little toy. Seeing as this is an order from the commander, I'm sure he knows that he must offer another toy in exchange. Of course, Egret has already been issued the right to select an outstanding member in return. Select from any of the unassigned constructs whenever you so please. Egret will also receive preference for additional coatings, weaponry, and frames to make up for any imbalance in combat power due to being short-handed. What a generous exchange of resources. Well then, take her away. I've been growing tired of playing with the same toy anyway. Toy? Is there a problem? No, it's nothing. I hope Egret continues to achieve victory for humanity. That's a given, so long as there aren't any fools standing in our way. Last node, Grey Raven's Edge. I acted without thinking. Commandant, are you okay? The pink force field around Liv barely manages to leave space and maneuver around in the pitch-black ruins. Seems like I had a flashback while unconscious. Guess I'll have no choice but to confront my demons. Even faced with someone such as me, the Commandant has continued to respect me for who I am. Bang. That's the Commandant's pistol. Are they still in danger? Liv props herself up again and slowly pushes outward, causing the darkness to gradually turn to light. The oppressive ruins around her begin to give way, exposing the familiar architecture before her. Liv charges in the direction of the gunshot to discover Usabeni pointing a gun at Vanessa. After Usabeni shoots, Lee follows in turn by drawing his pistols and pointing them at Tisol and Bambinata. The two opposing constructs raise their weapons and point them at the Grey Ravens. Lucia steps in front of Usabeni and Lee with her own blade drawn. What a remarkable first gift you gave me. Vanessa wipes the blood off her cheek. Attacking is superior. You won't be getting out of this that easily, Usabeni. I won't let you continue to insult my comrades and our soldiers so easily either. Soldiers? Do you think dolls that resemble humans are worthy of being called soldiers? They're nothing more than toys and tools to serve humanity's bidding. Are you so naive as to think everyone who has chosen to become a construct really wishes to save the Earth? As a commandant, you should know that Babylonia has given us preferential treatment when it comes to resources. Follow my orders until the end of the war. I can assure you as many constructs as you need. But of your toys, are your toys broken? Replace them as you see fit. They are not toys to be played with. They have their own thoughts. They can make their own decisions. Liv is the reason why the three of us stand here today. Commandant. Liv? Guess you're not dead. How disappointing. Seeing you this filthy is appalling. Just as Vanessa is about to continue ridiculing Liv, she takes Lucia's blade and cuts off her long hair. Vanessa, this is the artificial hair you picked for me. I have obeyed your orders because I'm bound to my duty as a soldier. That doesn't mean everything will go according to your plan. I understand that your ruthlessness is a necessity for achieving victory in this war. But this kind of victory does not exist in my ideal future. Everyone deserves to be respected. Lee, who never speaks his mind. Lucia, who's determined yet fragile. Liv, who cares too much for others. Even Tisol and Bambinata, everyone we encounter. They are all living individuals with their own will, not toys for your disposal. The magnitude of standing on the front lines makes it difficult to breathe. The feelings in my heart fill me with excitement. Long ago, I first stepped foot on the battlefield as a medic in the Star of Life. I had grown numb after so much time on the battlefield. I had even forgotten what it felt like to be excited. But now that I'm a Grey Raven, I can finally help my comrades and heal the wounded when I step foot on the battlefield. I am Liv, a soldier of Babylonia, not the lifeless doll you speak of. We're 4 versus 3 now that I'm here. Looks like the scales have started to tip in our favor. Stand down, Vanessa. I'm sure you'd know the outcome anyway if you just thought about it. You guys. Commandant? Let them leave. Open fire. Lower weapon. You lower your pistol away from Vanessa and look at the others. A long silence fills the streets. It's over, Vanessa. Vanessa stands there and ponders for a few moments, and takes Teasel and Bambinata down the street, disappearing around the corner. After confirming that the aggro team has left, Liv relaxes her clenched hands. Her long white hair flutters away in the hot wind on the battlefield. Lee ignites the flare, signaling that the area has been cleared. After cleaning his weapon, he begins to think about how to improve his frame's resistance to EMP interference. Each unit releases their signal flares, indicating that their areas have all been cleared and that this large-scale operation is drawing to end. You let out an involuntary sigh, and your increased heart rate from the conflict finally returns to normal. You feel someone gently touch your hands. It's Liv. She lowers her head and begins to tend to your wounds that had reopened from firing your weapon. Without saying a word, she bandages your cleaned wounds one after another. Thank you. Liv shows a familiar look of guilt. Unlike before this time, she looks into your eyes and her gaze turns serious. I went against the chief commander and you caused you to get wrapped up in unnecessary conflict. My sincerest apologies. But I don't regret what I just did. I had to tell Vanessa and my former teammates about my will as a soldier and a member of the Grey Ravens. Because this is the most precious thing I have received after meeting you. You all have made me face what I've been running away from all this time. But from what I know about Vanessa, my behavior is bound to have a negative impact on the Grey Ravens. After going back, I will submit a departure application to the commanding superiors. Won't let my personal behavior bring trouble to the Grey Ravens. Liv. I won't agree to that. Huh? But Together we are the Grey Ravens. Whatever happens, we face it together. Also, you weren't the only one who offended her just now. I did too. I always took you for someone who was a pushover. I wasn't expecting you to stand up to her like that. After all, I am your commandant. And a peculiar one at that. That's right. Lee's hand stops for a second from calibrating his weapons. Then he turns his back to you. This mission sure has taught us how to act more like a team. Our effectiveness has also improved remarkably. I think the current team configuration is satisfactory. Acclimating to a new member would be troublesome. Indeed. Liv, you are without a doubt an outstanding addition to the team. Also, I want to keep fighting by your side. This isn't out of combat necessity. I just want to... Each of us is an indispensable feather necessary for Grey Raven to soar undeterred by opposing forces. That's right. Sunlight penetrates the thick clouds and dense smoke with mottled rays of light that descend upon the desolated streets. In the dazzling glow, Liv's hair shines with even more radiance. Liv, your new hair looks great. Oh, really? So, let's take a group photo to mark the occasion. Before the dust had even settled on the battlefield, you suddenly speak without thinking. Group photo? Mark the occasion. Why would you want to do that? This is the first time that the Grey Ravens have successfully completed such a large-scale operation. Today is a memorable day for us. You say this while attempting to activate the camera module on your exoskeleton, but to your dismay, one of the previous explosions seemed to have blasted a hole where the camera should have been. Just our lucky day. You should have said the module was broken earlier. Lee throws a device to you. I removed this from a recon bot. It can't be focused manually and can only take video. Anyway, at least it can capture the moment. If you want to grab any screenshots from it, you can do that later. Thanks. Looking at the other two, Lucia nods gently. Just do what the commandant says. Aw, cute. After confirming that the equipment is operating normally, you step back to find the most appropriate distance. You lift your hands to make a square and make a square to frame your cherished companions in the shot. 3. Noticing that Liv appears uneasy, Lucia scoots closer to her, grabs her hand, and smiles at her comfortingly. Lucia's sudden closeness causes Liv to blush slightly, but her tense shoulders relax. 2. Standing farther away, Lee hears your deliberately slow counting, sighs gently, then turns to the camera and reveals an awkward expression vaguely passable as a smile. 1. Oddly enough, none of them are very good at expressing their feelings. However, they have already begun to detect each other's thoughts just based on their actions. They could all convey their hearts without uttering a word. As the disputes in the factory area dissipate, the Grey Raven's first large-scale operation finally comes to a temporary end. Prior to receiving further orders, a gust of wind passes through the city ruins. Although it fails to disperse the smoke over the battlefield, it also brought a moment of peace to the Grey Ravens. Although they had won the battle, the war is still underway. More battles, perilous danger, and difficult choices await the Grey Ravens. However, the Grey Ravens will face the coming adversity together. Lucia, Liv, Lee, and their commandant. The electronic photo frame on the table in the lounge finally has a suitable picture. So, the constructs of the Grey Ravens are willing to go this far to protect Usabeni. Could my method really... No, my method is the most efficient way to use constructs. Babinana, what are your thoughts? Master. Silence. Clearly I don't have my wits about me if I'm asking a toy for advice. Usabeni will make you regret your decision today, sooner or later. She's angry. Cool. That's Echo Aria normal and hidden. Done. Jeez. All together, about like 5-6 hours. Not this stream, I mean this one including the previous one. It's not bad. Maybe I'll do interludes next. Because I feel like next time I do this, I feel like I'm compelled to do interludes first. There is a and there is a hidden node for this. I don't know how long this one is though. Let me take a drink of water. It's about 3 hours now, eh? Yeah, I'll do it. Fuck it. Do interludes as well. Hang on. It's hidden. Hang on a second. Oopsie doodles. Wait. There we go. Okay. Turandot. Because now that she knew her sin, she recognized that it was he who would bestow the final judgment upon her. So this one's focusing on Selena. If the Pantheon still existed today, it probably won't stand any more impressive than this. A giant chandelier, beautiful and extravagant, hangs from the magnificent dome, illuminating the mural of the Last Judgment above its refracted lights from multiple angles. No one knows if there are any discrepancies between that and the original. No one cares whether the details match the records for that matter. All it has to do is to be there, just like the pillars carved with scenes taken from the Divine Comedy, and contribute to the opulence and grandeur of the building. Every inch of the place is describably ostentatious, and unfortunately, this is probably the last and dreamiest opera house left in the world. A place like this exists only in Babylonia, in the last Eden, of the human race. Farewell, my dear comrade. May your future be filled with light and love. And those were the gentle final words of the performer playing the soldier as he collapsed in a pool of blood, giving his comrades his best wishes before slowly shutting his eyes. Oh, okay, I didn't realize he was acting as a dying soldier. I would have said that differently. The maroon curtains drop, and the opera titled The Acadia Evacuation draws to a close. Yay, applause. The lights slowly dim, and for a moment, there's silence in the fully packed opera house. But soon, a thunderous applause fills the entire auditorium. The well-dressed audience stand, giving a standing ovation to what they've just watched. Then a beam of light breaks through the darkness, illuminating the stage. Right in the center of the dome's Last Judgment mural is a hole from which the light of the artificial sky poured in. The ray of light falls directly on the girl who has been standing in the center of the stage for some time. She is the soul of this opera, the composer of the ode that has taken the world by storm, Selina. She seems to be in a bit of a daze, as if she cannot believe her eyes. Her wandering gaze sweeps across the dome, the mural, the pillars, and finally lands on the audience. She seems to have seen something, for when her eyes reach a corner of the auditorium, her gaze abruptly snaps back. But she quickly gets a hold of herself, giving a perfect curtsy to the audience. She does not give a tedious thank you closing speech, but rather holds that pose for a very long time, until the golden glitter has fallen and the audience starts making their way out. When the last member of the audience leaves, she straightens up, glances around the auditorium, then instantly dashes off in a certain direction. Please wait. The construct to whom she called out to slowly turns around, looking at her. The construct is not dressed like the rest of the audience with their polished shoes and snowy white embroidered shirts, not to mention tuxedos. Standing right in front of her is a completely ordinary construct. Excuse me. Here, he wears the standard construct outfit, completely at odds with the opulence of the opera house. This is one of the guests specially invited for this opera performance. Besides civilians, the opera house occasionally gives out tickets to military soldiers to thank them for their hard work and service. At Selina, the libretist's behest, a few tickets for this performance have even been reserved for construct soldiers. What do you want? There's no formality with him whatsoever. In fact, he comes across as pretty rude. It is as if the person standing before him is not the youngest, most talented librettist in Babylonia, but a nameless foot soldier. Was there some aspect of the performance that you were unsatisfied with? Oh, does my opinion warrant the attention of a genius librettist? Do you artists actually plan to gather feedback from every member of the audience until all you receive is praise? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to know why you didn't applaud just now. She quickly realizes what she has just blurted out. Anyone listening would think that is no different from what the construct has just said. If anything, it has come across as even more arrogant. So she stops and instead looks fixedly into his eyes. Applaud that fabricated fantasy opera? The construct snorts in derision. What's so funny? I thought this reward from the military was something special, but I didn't expect it to be a ticket to watch such an insulting show in this hellhole. And now the one who made this insulting and humiliating performance is standing here asking me why I'm seething. Is there anything more ironic than this? I don't understand what you mean. And I didn't mean to offend you. The presumptuous of your opera is offensive enough. What was it about that opera that angered you? Please tell me. Now let me ask you what it is that you were trying to say with your opera. Did you intend to praise the fearlessness of the hero? To praise the greatness of war? Or did you want to express your condescending sympathy and so-called compassion for those who gave their lives? condescending sympathy and compassion. No. Don't even try to deny it. The true intentions of the creator can always be seen in their work. You should know this better than me, a mere fighter. I wasn't sure. That's why I'm here. I was hoping to get your opinion. I know you had first-hand experience of the retreat, and I just wanted to get your approval. The soldier lets out another snort. You ask why I wouldn't applaud. Why don't you go back and look at the stage you built? You wanted to create a scene of post-war ruins on that magnificent opera stage, so you carved bullet holes into the plaster and chiseled out cracks. I can see that you spared no effort in setting it all up and making it perfect. Yes, it's perfect. It's so beautiful indeed. You remade a ruined pantheon, but not the ruins of a battlefield. You didn't know that the ruins should have borne scorch marks and be adorned with mottled blood and broken limbs scattered about. Your ruins are respectable and clean, just like your pitiful imagination, that's all. It bears no resemblance to war. Do you really think that when you're out on the front lines, the world is still as orderly as it is in Babylonia? It would be utterly impossible for that grand funeral service you had in your show to actually happen on the front lines. And a eulogy with accompanying funeral music? Psst. We don't even have time to attend to the cries of the living, so how on earth will we have the time to comfort the dead? If it were just these superficial things, I wouldn't be losing my temper like this. He suddenly raises his voice as if to question. What were you trying to convey with the final scene? Selena takes a step back. While she did write every line of the opera herself, and the show has just ended, for some reason, she struggles to recall what happened in that scene. It has all been a blur to her. She only vaguely remembers that she had the dying soldiers on Earth wishing the soldiers who left Earth well. A death without regrets, a sacrifice without bitterness, and with a prayer for the future. It was the most dignified and perfect curtain call she could think of. Farewell, my dear comrade. May your future be filled with light and love. The soldier imitated every word in the sing-song lilt of the opera singer, mimicking even the cadence, as if to mock her. This was the most ridiculous opera I've ever seen. Those who were forcibly abandoned and had no choice but to accept their deaths, wishing a group of cowards fleeing their homeland well? What the hell is this joke? Is there anything more insulting than this? Only those like you who were born in Babylonia and have lived such pampered lives would be able to come up with such a ridiculous comedy. Listen up. What you're putting on is nothing but a comedy that shouldn't even have been performed at all. Your entire story is nothing but a fantasy. Unlike you, I've lived through that era. I had to forsake my flesh, my humanity, and my dignity for a future to be allowed into Eden. I became a construct. But whenever I close my eyes, all that appears in my mind is the wailing cries of those who died. My family died on Earth. I wasn't able to hold their hands as they died, but in their last moments, all they held in their eyes was only hatred, not your so-called blessing. Those who were abandoned had only hatred, and those who fled had only remorse. This Eden arose from enmity and countless corpses. People would die just like animals in that war, meaninglessly. Without a religion, without glory, and most definitely without forgiveness and blessing. There's just hatred and anger that knows no bounds. Damn. Why do we have to face all of that? Why did it have to be us who were there? Why did we get to a point when we were forced to destroy everything? Only when life becomes nothing more than just statistics will you understand the horrors of war. When humans can no longer continue being humans, only then will you understand the helplessness war brings. We abandon the people we were supposed to protect and turn around and seek a respite from our suffering through shows like this, all to satisfy our need for pseudo-empathy and egoism. You, a person who's never seen hell, who's never been on the brink of death, sing praises of war and peace in a place like this? And you dare ask me why I didn't applaud? I've never seen a eulogizing opera more arrogant than yours. Forgive me for taking my leave, for it's taken every ounce of willpower to speak to you with such dignity and courtesy, and I have none left. Without a second thought, the soldier turns and departs, leaving Selena standing alone in the empty square. And there she stands for the longest time, her countenance never showing the slightest hint of being offended despite the insults. She keeps her head tilted upward, her eyes closed, and finally lets out a deep sigh. Selena is not sure how she managed to get home. Her parents are preparing to celebrate the success of their daughter's first opera. Her family is celebrating joyously, while she, having locked herself in her room, has never felt more alone. In the stillness of her room, her heartbeat is the only thing she can hear. The soldier's words are in constant replay in her mind and a weight upon her heart. She feels as if her heart is about to leap out of her chest. She wants to pour her heart out to someone, and she knows that no matter how battered and messed up she felt, her best friend Isla will willingly lend a listening ear. But she also knows, without a doubt, that this is her pain to bear, and she is the only one who can deal with it. Arrogant. Arrogant. She repeats the word to herself over and over, turning it over in her mouth, as if attempting to chew it into bits and swallow it. Hey, McLoves. How you going, bro? Doing good. Going good. Going good. I just finished rereading through the rest of Echo Aria. And right now I'm rereading through Selena's interlude. And then afterwards, Wansha's interlude. Beginning of suffering right there. God. If it's Selena, there's always going to be suffering. Yeah. I read through the interludes and had done Echo Aria when it first came out, I think. But I don't remember much of the story. So I'm just rereading it here before I move on to chapter 14. Selena closes her eyes. Why did she space out for so long then? Even to the point of forgetting to close with a thank you speech. Cool recap. It was really good. The first half of Echo Aria with Siren and the Red Tide, it was really good. Now she remembers. It was not because she was nervous, but because she was ashamed. The accusatory light pours through the dome above, showering the guilty with its brilliance, leaving them nowhere to hide. She knew she was guilty the moment she saw the last judgment mural on the dome. That arrogance was rooted in every fiber of her being. She finally knows why she could not recall her state of mind when writing those librettos. Libritos. Because there was none. There was no state of mind to speak of, nor was there any deep contemplation whatsoever. It was her first time coming up with her own libretto, without referencing existing librettos. It was her decision to select an unfamiliar era as the subject, which she then used as a canvas to arrogantly depict her fantasy of humanity's glory. Even in the early stages of her writing, she already had the faint sense that something was wrong. That was why she stood anxiously on stage when receiving the applause, because she was not deserving of it. When her gaze fell upon the motionless, imposing construct soldier who continued sitting, coldly surveying the people applauding around him, that anxiety finally grew into an uncontrollable wave of shame that ran down her spine. She was so ashamed that she did not dare look up for a long time. She has always loved opera and music from a young age. In the beginning, she had to use robots to perform the opera she wrote and directed in small exhibitions. She never imagined then that her operas could one day be performed on a real stage by real performers. Dreams coming true should have been a joyous occasion, but as she stands on stage, receiving the praise heaped on her, all there is in her heart is but an endless, empty void. Why were they crying? Why were they cheering? What was it about this hollow opera that moved them? She could not understand it all, but she did not put anything into it. What else was she thinking of? Oh, yes, that it was truly unimaginable. It was unimaginable that, beyond those walls, was the most advanced floating city the world had ever seen, but within those walls was an extravagant and excessively old-world opera house. It fulfilled the fantasies humanity of this era had of classical elegance. It was as if they could gain a small peek into the magnificence of history and soak up what is left of that era just by being in the opera house. There is always a polarity to extremities. The more humanity and technology advanced, the more people look to old world for symbols of nobility. That which is scarce, is always more precious. This law always holds true. It is precisely because resources are scarce that the beauty created from the accumulation of such limited resources can be so resplendent, so dazzling. She used to yearn with all her heart to be there. Everything beautiful gave her indescribable heart palpitations then. When her eyes landed on the columns with the Divine Comedy sculpture relief, she finally understood where the heart palpitations were coming from. She heard the low growl of the beasts masked by the sound of loud cheering. It was a wolf, a lion, a cheetah. They were the beasts within. It was from that moment that she vaguely started to see the truth behind the glitz and glamour. The final curtsy was not one of gratitude, but rather one of prayer. No, it was not a prayer, or to be more precise, it was not just a prayer. It had nothing to do with religious etiquette. Rather, it was simply the final farewell by the most devout believer to the beliefs she held dearest. And in the next moment, she dashed out of the opera house after that soldier. Because now that she knew her sin, she recognized that it was he who would bestow the final judgment upon her. The terminal on her wrist suddenly gives off a fluorescent glow, cutting her thoughts off. It is a confidential mail of a test she did before writing that libretto. To think that they have chosen this time to respond. Selena skims through the meaningless small talk and calmly fixes her gaze on the conclusion. You have a good level of affinity with Tantalum 193. Your construct surgery success rate is judged to be high. Oh, God. I had a feeling that was going to be it. I just had a feeling it's something to do with the construct surgery. I knew it. Divine Comedy. Eden thanks you for your efforts. You have been brave warriors, and humanity will always remember your glory. It has been a while since she has become a construct, but her days has not been quite as chaotic and dramatic as she has imagined. Most of the World Government Association of Arts constructs belong to the archaeological team and have been nicknamed donkeys by the military. I didn't expect that. Have been nicknamed donkeys. I didn't see that coming, sorry. By the military's official task force. This is because they are just like the 16th century archaeologists who were embedded into the expeditionary armies, receiving the highest level of protection, just like a donkey positioned in the center of an infantry formation. Oh, okay. That's why. Okay. Good thing they gave context to that. Because, man, that caught me off guard. I didn't expect them to be called donkeys. Right, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. The responsibility of the archaeological team is, as their name suggests, archaeology. Archaeology. God damn it. English is so fucking hard, man. In essence, they investigate humanity's ancient relics, retrieve them, and then repair them. Archaeology. There we go. Archaeology. Just ignore the freaking A in the middle of that. Archaeology. Jesus. Selena has never had the opportunity to be in a frontal assault. The two operations she was on were simply to conduct simple investigations on an abandoned satellite nearby. She seldom even gets to fight the corrupted. As such, she is understandably shocked when she gets her mission to investigate the space station. Who the fuck is this handsome motherfucker? Alan. The space station's trajectory will bring it back into our orbit. This task force would like the archaeological team to take part in this mission and attempt to recycle as much space station data as possible during the battle. Selena, you'll go as well. Oh my gosh. I like this design for Selena. Of course, this was before the whole Siren debacle and Echo Aria. This is nice though. That's nice. I actually did not realize she originally had brown hair. I should have mentioned that earlier. Me? Are you sure? Are you not willing? Of course I am. I'm just a bit surprised. I thought I wasn't experienced enough to take part in such a large-scale operation. No, you're experienced enough. Your missions have all been perfectly carried out so far. Few members of the WGAA's archaeological team can match your level of meticulousness and responsibility. We never get the skin, sad. This would have been nice as a skin, yeah. It would have been nice as a skin for her. Like OG, like OG Selena. Like post-trauma Selena. Post-suffering. Besides, I know that you've always wanted to be on the front lines with the task force constructs. This battle may be a good opportunity for growth, and I'm hoping it'll give you more experience. Thank you for your generosity, sir. You're welcome. Oh, Selena, I'm curious about something. This may be a bit personal and offensive. Please go ahead. I have nothing to hide. I've seen your resume. Or rather, I should say you caught my attention a long time ago. Your opera once took Babylonia by storm, and the WGAA thought highly of your career. There was no doubt you had real talent and skills. You come from a wealthy family, and your future was incredibly bright. There was nothing compelling you to become a construct. So why did you become a construct and join the archaeological team? Don't get me wrong, members of the archaeological team can continue to engage in their previous pursuits. It's just that there are archaeological tasks to be performed regularly, and so the amount of time you can spend on operas is much less than before. I doubt you've given up the opera. You're not the fickle sort. So, what was it that made you choose to pick up a weapon? Oh my god, is it because of the soldier she talked to? She did this just to experience war? Look where that got you, Selena. This should have been a completely simple archaeological operation. How did it end up like this? While exploring the space station deeper, an archaeology team member accidentally unlocked the outer electromagnetic lock. How do you... This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The task force captain has adjusted the battle objective immediately with the decision to probe further into the space station. After all, any information the space station may provide could become a key turning point in the war against the punishing virus. They should have turned back on seeing the cross-shaped enemies. Oh, this place. From Fallen Star, okay. Unfortunately, hindsight is 2020. They stumbled into the deepest area and learned the truth behind the space station. In the center of the gigantic circular space station is a geometric core giving off a faint blue light instead of the gravitational core. It has been going through a repetitive cycle of splitting and converging. What's that? Is it a corrupted? Archaeological team, check the database. I've already compared it to the existing data, and there are no matches found. Similar to the previously encountered cross-shaped terminals, they are a new type of enemy that Babylonia has never encountered before. The blue geometric core makes a humming sound, as if it had just woken up. It slowly begins to convert its outer shell like a beast that has become aware that there were trespassers on its territory. Watch out. It looks like it's about to attack. Oh my god. Oh yeah. It's coming. Oh god. I only have played this this form of Selena like maybe a few times in the past. I don't remember her moveset. A construct is falling. Oh no. Oh, that's really cool, actually. No. There's no way our weapons can penetrate its armor. It's so dense. What is that thing made of? Even if we can't penetrate its armor, we should at least break off a piece of that shell. We have to bring a sample of it back to Babylonia. A task force construct suddenly gives a huge roar and dashes toward the deadly being with his weapon held high. How brave. It came as no surprise when a dazzling light burst forth from the geometric core, instantly engulfing the construct. Dead. Selena was only remembered again in Isla's chapter. Oh. However, his final attack also lands heavily on the geometric core's thick shell. The soldier's all-out stone-shattering attack manages to break off a corner of the geometric core. The clear blue shard silently lands on the circular platform. Ugh, damn it all to hell! A purple shadow flashes past him. Purple? I love purple. Selena picks up the shard, and just before the next attack hits, she jumps up and flips to higher ground, dodging the deadly laser. Got it. Good work. Retreat. How many casualties do we have? It's not looking good. Everyone's been injured, and there are 5 members who have... But that's enough, I get it. Task Force members, listen up. Your priority is to protect the archaeology team members as they retreat. Hold on. My radar is detecting activity signals from a huge number of enemies. Captain, I'm detecting it too. There are about... Selena calmly helps him finish the terrifying number. Over 300. But the signals are all clustered together, so it's not necessarily accurate. Damn it! Are we stirring up the hornet's nests? Do they want the shard back? Even an elephant would be bitten to death by these bugs. The original plan still stands. We'll need to update the details. Team 1 will fan out and clear a path. Team 2 will fan out and cover the rear. Team 3 will be in the middle, protecting those with serious injuries. Archaeology team members, follow Team 3. We can fight too. Selena's right. We can fight too. The task force captain looks at Selena. Selena, was it? I remember your name. Now, I know you can fight, but your priority is to bring the intelligence and samples gathered to Babylonia and tell the Science Council what happened at the space station. We are the task force. We have a duty to protect members of non-combat teams as they retreat. Orders given, he looked at everyone present. Do you understand your mission? Yes, sir. What happened next is even more cruel than the depiction of hell in the Divine Comedy. If they were all guilty, such a tribulation would be reasonable. But they are all doing this for the survival of the human race. That is why they disregard their own safety and are determined to give it all they have got. The path they've cleared is a hard-earned, bloody one, made possible through the sacrifice of countless lives. Wave after wave of enemies fall upon them. At first, they could be slayed one by one, but as their numbers increased, the constructs could no longer work together to hold the formation. They resort to using their bodies to form a wall, resisting the never-ending waves of enemy attacks. Sounds like 300. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. We've encountered an unknown form of punishing virus entity in the space station. We're retreating with a sample shard, but more enemies are headed our way, requesting backup. Over. No response. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. We've encountered an unknown form of punishing virus entity in the space station. We're retreating with a sample shard, but more enemies are headed our way, requesting backup. Over. No response. Oh god. This is Selena reporting. Her words are interrupted by vital fluid splashing on her face. No. She almost stops, but a tremendous force shoves her forward. Don't just stand there. Don't let your companion's sacrifice be in vain. Keep going. There are only 12 more compartments. We can break through the encirclement. Eden is with us. Her legs are quaking uncontrollably and she is numb with fear, but she still tries her hardest to stay calm and call for help. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. Reporting a casualty rate of 27%. We have 8 compartments left before the exit. Please arrange for pickup. Over. The team that has been clearing the path has been completely obliterated, and there would not be so many broken limbs on the ground. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. Reporting a casualty rate of 35%. We have 6 compartments left before the exit. Please arrange for pickup. Over. Despair. The team in charge of covering the rear has also gone silent, and none of the team members has caught up with them. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. Reporting casualty rate of 63%. We have 4 compartments left before the exit. Please arrange for pickup. Over. Despair. Even the third team is down to just a few task force members. Selena forces herself not to think about whether she is stepping on an enemy's body or a team member's body. She has no time to think about these things, until the archaeological team is forced to draw their weapons and charge into battle as well. Until the task force captain falls before her eyes. Selena. The task force captain, who has been in front of her all this while, took a mortal blow that was meant for her. While he did manage to stab the enemy's electronic brain with his backhand at the last minute, it was too late for him. A large part of his head was sliced off. Oh my god! And his visual reception system was completely destroyed. Please, save your strength. Vital fluid seeps out from the holes in his body and with each vibration of his speech module. How many deadly attacks has he endured? I need to say this. I'm sorry we couldn't get you out, but Selena, this shard you're carrying may be a critical key, and you must get it back to Babylonia, no matter the cost. Yes, I promise you, I'll see to that. I've said what I have to. Keep going, don't stop, hurry! Despair. Despair. The sacrifice of more and more lives weigh down upon her, and every step forward feels increasingly heavy. Babylonia. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. Reporting a casualty rate of 83%. We have 3 compartments left before the exit. Please arrange for pickup. The last archaeology team member falls before her. Babylonia, this is Selena reporting. Reporting a casualty rate of 94%. I have 2 compartments left before the exit. Please arrange for... Man, that's actually really scary. She was... all these reports, she's been saying, we have a few compartments left. And now she's saying I. That's actually scary. She's literally all that's left. No response for Babylonia. Keep going, Selena. Almost there. Just a little further. Don't collapse. She keeps talking to herself, forcing her trembling legs to put one foot in front of another. Babylonia, this is Selena, reporting a casualty rate of 99%. I have one compartment left before the exit. She strikes with her weapon, knocking back a cross-shaped enemy. Covered with injuries, she finally stands before the last door. Please arrange for pickup, I beg you. Please, I beg you. Her comms, which has lost contact all this while, finally connects. But before she can speak, the final decision was handed down. This is Babylonia's interim relay satellite. The following message was left by Babylonia 15 minutes ago. The battle was estimated to have been completed 30 minutes ago. Unfortunately, as Babylonia has been unable to contact your unit, our calculations show that the likelihood of your unit's survival is close to zero. Babylonia's anti-air resources have been stretched thin, and we are unable to continue this battle of attrition with the space station. Due to strategic resource allocation considerations, we'll be unable to allocate backup for troops with no likelihood of survival. Babylonia adjusted its orbital altitude 15 minutes ago to avoid contact with the space station. If any survivors receive this message, know this. Eden thanks you for your efforts. You have been brave warriors, and humanity will always remember your glory. End of man, that's actually fucked up. Just when you thought you can finally get out of this alive. For a moment, it is completely silent. Then... Oh, no. She's screaming. Selena's legs give out, and she sinks to her knees, letting out her first ever cry of anguish. Oh, that's so traumatic, actually. Oh, God. Not like this. Not like this. That was all from just this one here. Jesus Christ. Faust. Or Faust. That's the greatest honor I have ever received. Selena does not know how long she has knelt there for. For a moment, she forgets she isn't a human anymore, but a construct. Why does she feel sick to her stomach? Why are there tears streaming from her eyes? Why have they been abandoned? This must be her punishment. My family died on Earth. I wasn't able to hold their hands as they died, but in their last moments, all they held in their eyes was only hatred, not your so-called blessing. Those who were abandoned had only hatred, and those who fled had only remorse. This Eden arose from enmity and countless corpses. People would die just like animals in that war, meaninglessly. Without faith, without glory, and most definitely without forgiveness and blessing. There's just hatred and anger that knows no bounds. Damn, why did we have to face all of that? Why did it have to be us who were there? Why did we get to a point when we were forced to destroy everything? Exactly, it was just the beginning. This was just the beginning. The soldier was right. The only thing she feels at this moment is rage and hatred. Why have they been abandoned? They've been fighting for humanity all this while, so why have they been abandoned? She now knows what a hideous thing rage is. Only when life becomes nothing more than just statistics will you understand the horrors of war. When humans can no longer continue being humans. Only then will you understand helplessness war brings. She understands. She finally understands it all now. Only at this moment, when she is on the receiving end of it all, does she understand the anguish that laid beneath the soldier's accusatory words. The words of Alan, the WGAA leader, rings in her ears. Your opera once took Babylonia by storm, and the WGAA thought highly of your career. There was no doubt you had real talent and skills. You come from a wealthy background, and your career is supposed to be as bright as a diamond. There's no compelling reason for you to be a construct. So why did you become a construct and join the archaeological team? She did not know how to respond to Alan then, but the answer is as clear as day now. It is because of her arrogance. That arrogance is rooted in every fiber of her being. She had depicted a hell that did not exist, eulogized false ideals of war and peace, and extolled her perceived ideas of humanity's glory. What shameless arrogance that was. She had an epiphany during the soldier's rebuke and was determined to redeem herself for her arrogance. That made her determined to become a construct. Because as a construct, she would one day have the chance to step onto a real battlefield, to truly experience hell for herself. And with that, she would personally compose a reality that no one can find fault with. It was not until she was truly in hell that she realized how arrogant her so-called notion of redemption was. To think she became a construct for such a foolish reason. To think she entered the battlefield for such stupidity. It was wrong of her. She knew that now. She should not have left her comfortable and cozy home for such naive and frivolous reasons, or her half-baked epiphany. What significance did the art that she dearly loved have? What significance did those operas and music hold that she had fought so hard for them till this point? What this place needs are weapons that can eliminate enemies and zealousness that can end wars. Her ludicrous beliefs about art are nothing but self-reassurance, no different from self-paralysis. She can now see the error of her ways. Please, somebody save me. Please, anybody take me away from here. Such weak thoughts flooded her mind. She has to get out of here. She has to get out of here. She has to get out of here. There's nowhere to run. Oh, another rustling sound came from the other end of the corridor. She instinctively stands up, alert to the crisis at hand. She holds on to the door for support and looks behind her. A maroon light pulses in the darkness. The enemies gather and pack the corridor tightly, their eyes on the geometric core shard in her arms. Perhaps death in battle here will be a form of deliverance after all. The thought flashed through her mind, but is suppressed by another. I'm sorry we couldn't get you out, but Selena, the shard you're carrying may be a critical key, and you must get it back to Babylonia no matter what the cost. And what of it? Babylonia has abandoned them. There's nowhere to go back to anymore. You must get it back to Babylonia no matter what the cost. Must get it back to Babylonia no matter what the cost. I must get it back to Babylonia no matter what the cost. She is repeating what she hears in her mind, partly trying to convince herself. I must get it back to Babylonia no matter what the cost. An enemy pounces on her, and at that very moment, with one hand she slams her weapon into the floor hard, and with the other opens the airlock. The vacuum of space instantly sucks everything in the entire corridor out. Selena holds onto her weapon's handle for dear life to avoid being sucked out into space with the enemies. She is stuck in the exit, and a large number of mechanoids slam into her before being swept away. She can only grit her teeth in pain. Selena looks in the direction they have been stuck in, and sure enough, there is nothing outside. There's no spaceship to meet them, only stars that seem permanently sewn into the backdrop of the cosmos. They are so far away, and so They are everlasting. Selena turns away, and once all enemies in the corridor has been sucked out, she closes the airlock with great difficulty. I must find a way to check if there are any survivors. She drags her weary, injured body back the way she came. Selena did not expect that he would still be alive. To think he can still be alive in this state. His limbs are all gone except for his left hand. Half his head and the components within it are missing as well. It is surprising that the broken speech module is still able to operate at a minimal level. When the archaeological team left, he was not damaged to this extent. A fierce battle must have occurred here after that. Who are? It seems his sound reception module is still functioning. Even under such circumstances, it is able to pick up her footsteps. Selena walks to his side and gently kneels beside him. With her hand, she gently holds his broken palm. Is it? It's me. She chokes back a sob, answering him gently and confidently. Oh, it's you, from the archaeological team. Selena, was it? His voice sounds like it comes from a rusted windpipe, intermittent and with a quality similar to steel wire scratching against an iron plate. Why did you come back? Did backup come? No, they didn't. Babylonia has abandoned us. We've been betrayed. For a second, she cannot control the tears flooding her eyes, and so she tilts her head upward so that they would not fall. It is strange indeed. Why is it that even though they have already given up their human bodies, they still have to keep their minds stable by simulating exclusively humans' physiological systems? Why is it that even though they've become constructs, they are still unable to leave their human weakness behind? Yes, backup has arrived. Don't worry, everyone's being saved. That's really great. But why don't I hear any footsteps? Lying begets more lying. Perhaps her sound reception module has been damaged and is not picking up more distant sounds. But don't worry, the medics will come and take you away soon. We're constructs. We just have to switch to a new body and we'll be fine. The information and sample have been delivered. She repeats herself to make her words more convincing. Don't worry, they've been delivered. If he cannot be saved, at least let him pass on without regrets. Okay. His hand suddenly stops quivering. As when Selena realized that he has seen through her lies. But they have both chosen to remain silent. Thank you. I've done nothing to deserve your thanks. Rather, it is I who should be thanking you for saving me then. The construct shakes his head with great difficulty. When your team called you Selena, I remembered why I seemed to have seen you before. It was at Babylonia's opera house, wasn't it? I remember. You were holding an opera performance there. There was a scene. Your aria was the accompanying music, sung a cappella style. That's why your voice was so familiar. I thought it was strange. You were human then. Why did you suddenly become a construct? I didn't recognize you immediately. Selena is caught off guard that a stranger knows about her past and freezes, as if ashamed. She replies, "Those are just some things not worth mentioning." There's nothing not worth mentioning. I remember it clearly. That was a requiem for the dying protagonist. His words brought her back to that time in her past, a time that she has buried deep in her heart. Do you really think that when you're out on the front lines, the world is still as orderly as it is in Babylonia? It would be utterly impossible for that grand funeral service you had in your show to actually happen on the front lines. Had a eulogy with accompanying funeral music? We don't even have time to attend to the cries of the living, so how on earth would we have the time to comfort the dead? There are too many who died, just like stars in the night sky. No one remembers their names, nor the place where they fell. It was utter nonsense and hopeless naivety to dedicate a requiem to the death of a single soldier. That was what that soldier had told her then. She was so ashamed of her ignorance, then that the accusation haunted her. Oh, she was so ashamed of her ignorance then that the accusation haunted her, even her dreams. Why was she composing songs? Why was she writing librettos? Why was she singing? And now why is she fighting? She did not know. Oh, even now as you lie on the brink of death, you've chosen to condemn her naivety? It was just like her encounter with that soldier all over again. She purses her lips, closes her eyes, and waits to be judged. But judgment does not come. Before that, I always thought, when humans died, there was nothing left. When a construct is broken, they're just scrap metal. No one remembers. I thought no one would care, but you sang for him. Selena is taken aback. That was the most beautiful voice I've ever heard in my entire life. She suddenly feels the urge to stop him from going on. It was nothing but a lame method of expression. An important character in the opera had died, so naturally it necessitated an aria to give voice to the emotions. It was just an awkward, presumptuous eulogy. Please don't go on. It was just her childish fantasy. Nothing more than wishful thinking on her part. That is what she is about to say before he interrupts her. Just naivety. But it was truly beautiful. If everything was really like that, how nice would that be? I'm sorry. We didn't fight hard enough. That's why someone like you has to come to a place like this and encounter such situations. But could you sing for me that song you sang then? It'll be my honor. The tears that have been welling up in her eyes finally fall as she gently kisses the back of the other construct's broken hand. She has been plagued by self-doubt for a long time, never finding the answer she has been looking for. To think that at a time and in a place like this, and from another in the same position as her, she has found redemption flooding in. That's the greatest honor I have ever received, sir. There are some differences between Construct's voice module and a human throat, so she fumbles a little at first. But she quickly gets the hang of it. Producing the most beautiful sounds possible is an instinct she was born with. She croons for a long time. A very, very long time. Until the tears on her face have dried. Holy shit. This shit took a turn. Tempest. It's really depressing. And dark. Until the construct she is holding in her arms is no longer emitting activity signals. Selena lays him down gently, then leaves the room of dead bodies without looking back. She has to survive. No matter what happened, she has to survive. Even if Babylonia has raised its orbital altitude to avoid contact with the space station, there will still be a period of a longitudinal intersection when a comms connection is possible. If she can find the space station's communications room and input her own signal into the disruptive white noise constantly being emitted by the space station, someone is bound to notice her distress signal one day and come to her rescue. There are still people waiting for her back home. Her parents, her best friend. She still has a lot of unfinished business. There is no way she can wither and die alone in a place like this. Her interlude is one of the heaviest. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the weight. Holy shit. I'm feeling it. She cannot lose hope. She has to turn in this intelligence report. It's so heavy. I'm practically lying down on the floor right now, and I can't get up. From the moment her comrades sacrificed their lives to pave her way forward, her life is no longer hers alone. She is now a vessel containing the legacy of everyone in the advanced force. She walks to the outer part of the space station. Soon, the advanced force passed through this area while exploring deeper into the station, and she vaguely recalls that the communications room is somewhere nearby. Before her stands a locked automatic door. This must be one of the important doors of the space station. A very high level of authority is needed to access it. Selena makes several attempts to crack the code on the lock, an action she has done many times before, but finds that she does not possess sufficient computing power after several attempts. After confirming she is strong enough to destroy it, Selena swings her weapon at it. An iron gate slams down with a loud bang, and instantly a broadcast is made throughout the entire space station. Uh-oh. Korolev would like to issue a gentle reminder to children visiting the space station. Please follow the rules and regulations and listen to your guide. What is Korolev? Please take care of public facilities. Selena is shocked by what she is hearing. Children who vandalize and destroy space station facilities will be punished. Serious offenders will be separated from their parents for 1 week and placed in a correctional facility. From behind her came the sudden sound of mechanical limbs hitting the ground. The broadcast echoing throughout the space station has an actual source after all. Selena turns to the source of the sound. Dear children, we are now demonstrating how the immune system of the human body works. Viruses that enter. A giant spherical corrupted appears behind Selena. With just a glance, Selena has already ascertained the huge difference in power between her and the enemy. This is a corrupted she cannot hope to defeat alone. Every circuit in Selena's body screams at her to flee, and flee she does. This is what will happen to it, captured and destroyed by immune cells. All of a sudden, her hair is black, and she's got this black dress on. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Must not let Korolev find me. I must bring the shard back to Babylonia just a little longer. I must stay strong until the last moment. Oh, she has a really nice voice. Is this a terminal? To control the electronic lock. Operating. Great. My computing power can open it. I can't waste my time on these things. Ominous. The door is closed. Safe at last. No, I don't trust. I don't think that's... No, I don't think that's... Oh, no. I don't think that's you being safe. I think that's you being trapped. Immune cell has found a germ. Now you're stuck in here with it. Oh, no. Korolev would like to issue a gentle reminder to children visiting the space station. Please follow the rules and regulations and listen to your guide. Children who fail to follow the instructions will be threatened as invading germs. Next, I shall demonstrate how an immune cell captures and destroys the invading germs. It's actually... Oh god, it fights like Riot? Okay.
時間です。私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。
Oh god.
たかがこの程度。あの時に比べたら。アリアの時間です。私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう。まっすぐ
I died.
嵐を止めない
That's okay. I don't think I was supposed to win that anyway.
バを
No matter where she hides, the corrupted called Korolev is always hot on her trail and always finds her. She tries fighting but fails miserably, convincing her that she has no hope of defeating an enemy like those. Eventually, she somehow coincidentally finds herself in the place she was looking for, the communications room. Inside the communications room, the strenuous movements have caused Selena's vital fluid to seep out of every opening, and she can feel that her body, which is already approaching its limit, is about to fall apart. She musters her remaining strength to barricade the entrance with what she can find and staggers over to this communication station. Access granted. Thank goodness. There is, however, no joy in those words. The giant corrupted is frenziedly slamming against the barricade. Is this the end of the road for me? In her hurry, she can only load the data she is subconsciously most familiar with into the space station's disruptive signal. If Isla gets this, she'll definitely understand it. Selena smiles bitterly. If it is her best friend, I'm sorry. A huge force sends the barricade flying as Carlos steps into the narrow compartment. In the time she takes to prepare for battle, Korolev manages to cover the distance between them. Her weapon snaps under the impact of Korolev's attack. There is a loud bang as Korolev hurls Selena against the wall. Korolev does not give her time to catch her breath and slams its robotic arm down onto her back. The robot is not small, but it sure is nimble. When visiting the space station, please follow the rules and regulations and listen to your guide. Children who vandalize and destroy space station facilities will be punished. I finally got you. You're a very disobedient child. Not only have you vandalized the facilities, you've also stolen valuable public property. Come on, return what you stole to Korolev. A child who owns up to their mistakes is a good child. What is the goal of this corrupted? She glances down at the geometric core shard in her hands. No. This is one thing I can never hand over to you. Selena started to struggle again, and with her final desperate burst, she managed to shake the AI robot off her. Taking advantage of the robot's attempt to stabilize itself on its robotic legs, she dodged to the corner of the room. I must protect the shard. This came at the cost of the entire Advanced Forces sacrifice. What should I do? Korolev is blocking the entrance, and her weapon has been destroyed. It's a desperate situation with no chances of survival. At the very least, I must. Selena's eyes narrow. In an instant, she turns the pointy end of the shard toward her chest and stabs it straight in. A child who doesn't own up to their mistakes is a naughty child. Korolev, who had regained its balance, looked at Selena, who had the shard hidden in her chest. It charged toward her once again, crushing her left arm with its own. The item you stole, where did you hide it? Pain signals flooded Selena's mind. Are you the space station's AI? Being corrupted, it obviously was not able to answer her. To have become what you are, it's truly tragic. Korolev has always been like this. What are you talking about? You're just a puppet of the punishing virus. The corrupted before her was supposed to be the guidance AI of the space station. To make it more approachable to children, its words and actions were programmed to be as innocent as those of a child. The robotic arm pinning her down even bears childish graffiti left by children who used to visit. And now it is nothing more than a killing machine. A good child doesn't gossip about others. But Korolev is forgiving. Just hand it over. If you don't, Korolev will activate punishing mode. According to the rules and regulations of the space station, Korolev has the right to use minimal levels of violence. Selena observes it calmly. What's the matter? Why aren't you moving? Very well. The following demonstration will serve as a warning to children on the repercussions of not following the rules and regulations. The priority is to get the thief to return the stolen object to the owner. 2 robotic arms suddenly crush her left hand and rip it off. Ugh. Oh. The pain from having her arm ripped off is so great that Selena could not stop herself from crying out. She cannot think. It looks like the thief didn't hide the item in her left hand. Then let's take a look at another body part. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Epilogue. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own. Selena has a dim recollection of seeing a flower in Babylonia's greenhouse. A real flower. Babylonia rarely wastes precious resources on growing decorative flowers, so the beauty of that purple flower blooming in the greenhouse really stood out. What happened next? Her mind was in such chaos that she was not able to access the next part immediately. Oh, right. It was an excursion organized by the Center of Basic Public Education. So of course, the purpose of the teacher who took them there was certainly not to have them admire the flowers in bloom. The teacher plucked the flower and deconstructed it in front of them. It started with the stalk, then the base, then the sepal, and the corolla. The deconstructed, nameless purple flower laid scattered in the petri dish for the children to examine its every part. Just like her now. Oh gosh, she got ripped apart, literally. Jesus Christ. Oh god. That's worse as a that's worse as a construct too. Because if that was a real human, you would just die in an instant. You're being naughty, little thief. Where did you hide that stolen item? Korolev, who had been pulling her apart, suddenly stopped. That maroon visual receptor scans her from top to bottom before abruptly tossing her aside. Oh, little thief, where did you go? It is as if it suddenly cannot see her. It lets out an urgent screeching noise before leaving the communications room. Oh my god! Sorry, the mic peaked. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. No, dude. That's so messed up, man. No, Selena. Oh my gosh. Oh, Jesus. And like, oh my god. And like the artificial skin looks like it's like muscle too. So that looks even more grim. Oh my god. Jesus. Christ. Like that's the price of yeah. Like I remember seeing this body from like doing Fallen Star when I first streamed it, but like now knowing the context, this is absolutely devastating. Jesus. Oh my god. And she's not technically dead too. So like her mind was literally just shattered. Jesus. Is it because she has reached such high levels of corruption that it determined she has become a corrupted? She does not know, nor does she need to. She can no longer feel her lower limbs. She can no longer feel her lower limbs. That's because it's gone. The only thing left in her mind was ceaseless pain. She did not dare cut off the pain signal for fear of mind deviation. She could already feel the geometric core shard buried in her chest, gradually infecting her. Yeah, she's not dead at all. All of her computing power is focused on keeping her inverse device functioning normally. But the crimson is slowly spreading through her mind. Yeah, she's got punishing in her now. When she can see clearly again, Selena finds herself in a most familiar place. She's at the virtual exhibition hall, the place where she first had a dream. When she was still a nobody, this was where she was, in a place nobody cared about, alone with her little robots, attempting to restore pieces of opera collected from the remnants of the Golden Age. The Duke of Milan did not seek revenge for the hardship he encountered. Instead, he forgave every man who had wronged him after they confessed. Years later, all the things that happened were slowly forgotten. The people of Naples continued to live on a beautiful land as always. Naples, I don't know, was still a place of hope, despite the occasional disputes and conflicts. Thank you for watching. This is the end of The Tempest. Oh my god, that's her construct frame name. That's crazy. Well, what's wrong, Isla? Is there something wrong with it? No, Selena, your operas are as exciting as always. So, what exactly is the issue, Isla? Look, it's Isla before she grew up. You could tell. I just don't understand why Duke Prospero was able to forgive Antonio in the end. If it wasn't for Antonio, Prospero and his daughter wouldn't have been exiled to the small island, would he? Why was he able to forgive him just like that? Hold on. Was there really such a line? No, there's not. She sent Isla her restored ending to The Tempest just before she left. She never actually got to hear Isla's opinion on it. This was the butt of fantasy of memory, an imagination woven together by her mind in its extremely chaotic state. This was her subconscious endlessly contemplating the issue in her head. This was her subconscious incessantly inundating her with self-doubt. Why was Prospero able to forgive his brother so easily? His throne was usurped. He almost died. He lost everything, and the pain he carried from having been cast away to a tiny island with his daughter for so many years. Why was he able to forgive someone who had caused him so much pain so easily? Because forgiveness is a virtue, and to forgive others is to forgive yourself. Are you hoping to comfort yourself by coming up with such a righteous reason? Those are nothing but empty, pretty words. You think so too, don't you? There's no need to forgive yourself. You shouldn't forgive yourself for your foolishness. Don't forgive yourself, and don't forgive Babylonia, which has abandoned you. You have nothing left, not your bright future, not your ideals and art, not even your comrades. You have no tragic past, no fervent belief. Compared to others, you have no reason to persevere. Why do you persist? Give it all up. All you have to do is come over here and everything will be much easier. Oh god, stop showing me that. Jeez. She is right. Looking holistically at all the steps she has taken, her actions seem so paltry and feeble. Most of what she has done in the persistence of her naivety. It was all completely meaningless. She was just an utterly ordinary girl. She could not understand what it was that has caused her to persevere to this point. No, it's not like that. Prospero must have despised Antonio. You should now understand Prospero's emotions better than anyone else, Selena. He wanted revenge, but at the end of the day, Antonio was his brother, his comrade. The people of Naples, I don't know, were still waiting for him. Selena's eyes flew open. With only half a body left, she's just like a fish on land, struggling to turn over. Now my charms are all o'erthrown, and what strength I have's mine own. With only half of her left arm left, she uses her fingers to effortfully inch forward. Her broken figure is striving to crawl forward. Which is most faint, now 'tis true. I must be here confined by you, or sent to Naples, let me not. Her fingers give way. So she opens her mouth and uses her teeth to pull herself forward. Jesus. Since I have my dukedom got, and pardon the deceiver dwell, in this bare island by your spell. She finally manages to pull herself to the corner. Selena endeavors to connect herself to the space station terminal. In an instant, she sees every corner of the space station. She sees the area's bloodbaths with the advanced force took place, and where the geometric core is. Her mind sees everything all at once with unparalleled clarity. It's then that she understands the truth of it all. The punishing virus started off by infecting the gravitational control core, wreaking havoc with the gravity in the space station. The powerful suction force swept the punishing virus in the area into the gravitational core. The convergence of such a large quantity of the virus gave rise to the heterocore, the thing that took over the gravitational core. That information alone is enough to change the course of the war, and she has to deliver it, together with the heterocore shard in her chest, back to Babylonia. The only thing to do now is to wait very patiently. But release me from my bands. With the help of your good hands, gentle breath of yours my sails must fill, or else my project fails. She is not aware of how much time has passed. It may have been a long time, or merely a second. The space station, which has been quiet all this time, is welcoming another group of guests. There is a group calling themselves the Grey Raven, who work so well together, it is like they can read each other's minds, and with them a familiar pink figure. Selena's mind, which was shattered by what she had experienced, pieces itself together on seeing that girl. The construct, which has been pushing herself for years, finally closes her eyes. Which was to please. Now I want spirits to enforce, art to enchant. And my ending is despair, unless I be relieved by prayer, which pierces so that it assaults mercy itself and frees all faults. As you from crimes would pardoned be, let your indulgence set me free. Good Lord. Auguries of innocence. How much time has passed? What is the world outside like now? What am I doing? She has lost all of her memories. She is even close to forgetting who she is. She seems to have been wandering around for a long time. Unfortunately, your fate is not in your own hands. Target construct successfully captured. Both the corruption rate and functionality are in line with our estimations. Estimations. I see the spelling error. Estimations. Then an immense pain hits her. Her already broken body is being further dismembered. Good Lord. Hasn't she suffered enough, Gabriel? Please, man. Roland, are you still researching this woman? She's interesting, don't you think? She's not completely dead, but she's not alive either. Being in this state, I wonder how she views herself. And how does she view the world? That's what I'm interested in. What is it that keeps you going? You're still fighting to live, even though you've been reduced to this. What is the source of your power? Huh, so that's how it is. No wonder. I wonder if Gabriel's realized it yet. It'd be better for you to stay here with me. At least you'll be able to continue your beauty sleep, if but for the moment. Red tides ripple against Gabriel's feet, and hetero creatures now swarm around him. Countless substances dissolve and reform in the tides, becoming part of the hetero creatures. A corrupted, wandering around Gabriel is suddenly crushed into pieces by Gabriel's giant hand. The pieces are then unceremoniously discarded into the red tide, attracting the hetero creatures. Gabriel picks up the black suitcase next to him with his right hand. It would take forever with only corrupted, as I thought. As soon as Gabriel has submerged the suitcase in the tides, the hetero creatures start swarming around the suitcase. The suitcase disappears in the blink of an eye, exposing the wrecked half-body in it. Now for the entree. This son of a bitch. She has lived through years of suffering. Her groans did make wolves howl and penetrate the breasts of ever-angry bears. It is a torment to lay upon the damned which nothing could again undo. Memories of her past set upon her like vengeful spirits, dragging her down into an endless spiral. Without faith, without glory, and most definitely without forgiveness and blessing. There's just hatred and anger that knows no bounds. Damn! Why do we have to face all that? Why did it have to be us who were there? Why did we get to a point where we were forced to destroy everything? I'm sorry we can't get you out, but Selena, the shard you're carrying may be a critical key, and you must get it back to Babylonia, no matter what the cost. That's why we hate Gabriel. Yeah, fuck Gabriel. Me and my homies hate him. Everyone she had ever met appear before her, one after another. Eventually, there is a scarlet wave. Washes over them, and everything freezes. A person looking exactly like her stands on top of the red tide. What are you holding on for? You can't even remember who you are anymore. What you love has been scorned by others. A promise is all that's keeping you going. But then again, it's been so long. Who would still remember that promise? You can hate all who've abandoned you. You can rage at what's happened to you. You have every right. Come, join me in slumber here. Before that, I always thought when humans died, there was nothing left. When a construct is broken, they're just scrap metal. No one remembers. I thought no one would care, but you sang for him. That was the most beautiful voice I've ever heard in my entire life. Just naivety. But it was truly beautiful. If everything was really like that, how nice would that be? No. What I love has never been scorned. It was never others who scorned it but myself. Selena shakes her head, then turns her back on the figure and walks in the opposite direction. Only a deeper hell awaits you down that path. I know. Selena does not look back. She has said there was no reason to keep fighting, but she knows better than anyone of the three beasts lurking in her heart. Dante put them behind him as he advanced into hell and purgatory, while she has brought them along with her to this place. How they cry, scratch, and roar wildly, struggling to break free. For what she believes in, for what she loves. She'll use her claws if she loses her legs. She'll use her fangs if her claws break. It does not matter how undignified, how disgraceful, or how ugly she looks. She has to live on. She will try. And see just how long she can hold on. The purple eyes of the wrecked construct lying in the red tide suddenly fly open. Her body is sinking. It is so painful. So very painful. Her already shattered mind is decimated even further. Selena does not know whether she has become bait or seed crystal. The beings above seem to be deconstructing her, but also reconstructing her at the same time. She struggles to lift her head above the water, like a drowning person trying to draw her last breath. And then she saw stars, numerous stars in the sky. In that moment, her mind, which has been constantly battered, became unusually calm. Her eyes take in the stars, which are changing into breathtaking star trails. The moon is on the other end, shining brilliantly. So, is she on Earth? It is so beautiful. I wish Isla could see this. Who is Isla? The corners of Selena's mouth turn upward as those contradictory thoughts run through her head, and then she's completely submerged by the red tide. Some are born to sweet delight. Some are born to endless night. To those poor souls who dwell in night, God appears, and God is light. To those who dwell in realms of day, but does a human form display? Have a good night, need to go? Well, good timing because we just finished that ending of her interlude. So thanks for coming by, Make His Loves, man. Have a good night. Have a good rest. Thank you for coming by. Now, I know that Selena's interlude actually has a hidden node, so I gotta fucking look that shit up. I gotta look up on how to get us. Because I want to read it. Worm hit a robot thing with 5. You need to wait the ally to get knocked out. Oh, that's so weird. You need to approach him, interact with him. Talking to ally constructs will heal you to full health. You need to do it till the last construct falls. He'll hand you the shard. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's how you get the hidden part of the story. I gotcha. Okay. I'll try. Okay, I'm gonna unlock that right now. So basically, it's from here. Gotta start from here. It's in here. So basically, we gotta, like, not fight this thing. Or try not to die, basically. When one of them falls, when one of the constructs fall, we have to talk to him. Or I think we do have to fight it just a bit. Oh. Okay, this guy. Oh, shit. No. Shit. No, dude. That's so hard to do. Wait. You have to talk to them. Retry. Gotta do this again. That's really hard. Wait. Because the boss pushes you away from them. Shit. Also, I gotta change my freaking... My auto is... My lock. Her voice is so nice. She has a nice GB voice. Come on. Interact. Fall back. Critical moment is all or nothing. Okay, that's one. So now all the other 4 have to die too. Two dangers here, you must go. Okay, 3 more. This is a very specific requirement just to get this hidden node. Ow. Maybe this guy's dying next? Nope. Leave now. Next one to die might be this guy over there getting absolutely decimated. Yep. Can't fall yet. Okay. And then this last one has to go down too, and then he gives us the shard. This is such a specific way to unlock it. It's so very specific. The shard is mankind's hope. I'm counting on you. You got shard sample. Crazy. And then we just... enemies onto you. Now we just do things normally. Yep, there we go. There's no way our weapons can penetrate this may. So I think the dialogue is still very much the same. Yeah, it's just very much the same. Okay. See, hidden stage. So now let's go through the hidden stages. Between the acts. Okay. It's been 4.5 hours. So I'm gonna, after I read through this, I'm gonna finish the stream. And then I'll save the one-shot interlude for next time I stream. PGR, I mean. Next time I stream PGR. A figure stands on the hill, silently gazing at city number 75 in the distance. This ruined city is host to a large number of red, punishing crystal clusters that erupted from the ground, giving the impression of a giant tombstone. She stares at it for a long time. A melodious hymn carried on the winds reached her ears, breaking her chain of thought. It is long and mournful, like a whale singing for help. She looks in the direction of the voice, but what she sees is a dead, barren land. She thinks about it for a moment, then starts heading in the direction of the voice. Oh, that was it? Wait, that was it? That was it? Is there any more, or is that it? Oh, it's not just okay. Well, hang on. There's there's a bunch of other interludes that have hiddens as well. Jesus Christ, that I've not unlocked. Because apparently Lucia Lotus has a hidden as well. My God, they all have hiddens. That's insane. Oh no, am I about to? I'm gonna have to go through each of them again. I might have to go through each of these just for the hiddens. Wow. Okay. There we go. Well, I guess maybe next stream it might not just be Wancho's interlude in chapter 14. It might be everyone's hidden interlude. Or what I could do is like unlock the hidden nodes off stream and then go through the hidden nodes on stream. That way I don't have to spend time doing it on stream. That would be better. That's such an interesting last hidden node for Selena. A female construct, right? Hearing the whale song. So that was before. So that was before we took out Siren. Who was that then? One of the first things that came to mind was Isla. But why would Isla be there? She is part of the archaeological team, so... Archaeology team.
21号の前
Maybe that's why. That's interesting. Alright. So, that was all of Echo Aria done. Plus the hidden Echo Aria story. Which was nice. I guess that second half of Echo Aria was focused on like Mwansha and his team and Strikehawk and teamwork. And the hidden story, I'm not sure why that hidden story was focusing on the early days of Grey Raven. I feel like it was just because of the whole teamwork thing and all that stuff, but I wasn't sure. But it was good nonetheless. I did enjoy it. It focused a lot. The hidden story focused on Liv, which I do like. Because I like Liv. I like her. Let's be honest. I'll be honest. I like a lot of the characters in the game. But Liv is precious. So I like that it focused a bit on her. And gave me a bit more of Vanessa. Because I knew who Vanessa was from... What was it? I think it was the chapter with Bianca. What chapter was that? Across the Ruined Sea. Vanessa was in this, right? Because I remember reading this a bit, and Vanessa showed up. Like, I knew Vanessa from that, but I didn't know her, like, too well in terms of, like, her personality and stuff. And then, I didn't really talk about the first half of Echo Aria, did I? First half of Echo Aria, focusing on the Red Tide and stuff, and then discovering Selena. That was good. That was really good. I like how it kind of eased into it too. From the beginning of Echo Aria. Let's see. Like this first part of Echo Aria, from the beginning to the end, I like that they eased it in, like I said, where at first Asimov mentions that you got memory, like the memory thing going on for you. So fragments of moments that you've had fragments of conversation you've had with Isla will pop up here and there. And it was obvious that you were talking about Selena, right? It was made obvious. The only reason why it was made obvious to me was because, I mean, Echo Aria, and this is Selena right here, so who else would Isla be talking about? It was only until around near the end of Echo Aria, like around here, where they finally get Selena more involved with it, thanks to the memories, and after and fighting Siren and stuff. I like that it's eased in, and it was like little bits here and there of the memories coming back to you involving Isla and Selena and stuff. It was a good story. Echo Aria was really good. Boss fight. Siren. I remember when Echo Aria came out, and I believe Siren was the challenge boss and stuff. Or was the boss for the challenge and stuff? Man, that boss kicked my ass. But that was when I first played Selena, I believe. It was cool. It was really cool. I think. I really don't remember too much. But I definitely do remember fighting Siren. And Siren kicking my ass a lot of times, where I had to revive myself a lot of times. But I really liked the boss. It really, I said it in the previous stream for it, but it reminded me of the Dark Souls boss, like Prince Lothric and Prince Lorien or whatever the fuck. It's a cool boss, And the story involving Selena with the boss and stuff, it's pretty good. The second half featuring Wansha, I did enjoy it. I did enjoy it. It wasn't as like super engaging or crazy as Echo Aria was, but I did like it. I did like it. And then the hidden story, like I said, it focused more on punching Grey Raven early days, or the Grey Raven team early days. I liked Liv in this one. We got to see her stand up for herself, which was nice. Got to see how Vanessa really, her personality really is. Man, I didn't realize Vanessa was really that mean of a person. And then this interlude. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Of all the gacha games I played, this game is by far the darkest I've played. Oh, actually, well, I mean, kind of. Well, okay. This thing is tied for the darkest gacha game and the story and whatnot, and really any capacity, alongside like Near Reincarnation, in my opinion, in my personal opinion. I guess in this game, it's dark as in it's dark in violence and stuff. Because, I mean, that shot of her just surrounded by dead bodies is, ooh. And then her mutilated corpse. Right? Well, Near Reincarnation kind of is dark in a more emotional way, I guess. I don't know. I guess both games are dark in emotional ways. But it is dark. Compare, like, I've played Fake Grand Order, I played Fake Grand Order, Arc Knights, Grand Blue Fantasy. Of course, I also have Wuthering Waves, Nikkei, Honkai Star Rail. I used to play Genshin Impact, but none of those games I just listed are as dark as this, or as dark as Near Reincarnation. And the only time it does get dark is only during like small certain moments. Like in Fake Grand Order, dark moments would be like someone getting just killed and all that stuff, or beheaded or whatever, right? But you really don't get that impact, that same sort of impact as like punching Grey Raven that you would get from punching Grey Raven. And then Genshin, like the only dark things you would ever encounter would be things you have to actually like read, like random books and scriptures that you find in the world, which is pretty fucking lame. Star Rail isn't even that dark at all. It doesn't seem like it's a really dark in any sort of capacity. Wuthering Waves, I feel like, has the potential to go in that position, and go into that direction. And Nikkei, I mean, there have been a few moments, but again, not as impactful as PGRs to me. And Grand Blue, I don't think Grand Blue has a whole lot of those either. And Arc Knights, I don't know. Arc Knights story, I don't actually read or care about. So, but man, yeah, this Echo Aria was good. Interlude was good. Really good. All right. So the next time I stream Punching Grey Raven, which will be next week, because this week I want to continue with my Divinity stuff. So next week when I play this again, first thing I will do is Wansha's interlude. I'll reread his interlude. Have a good little recap on that. And I'll go through chapter 14, Imprisoned Sight, which is going to feature Chrome here. And if there's time afterwards, which probably won't be the case because Imprisoned Sight might be a long one, I also want to go through the hidden nodes of these interludes, because I want to try and absorb as much information as I can remember. This game is chock full of different bits of story and lore about the world, the characters, the events. It's really good stuff. And I'm sure people would be intimidated by the whole visual novel type of like storytelling and stuff because it's just a PNG, no voice acting, just text. And so I get that. But people are seriously missing out on just skipping out on the story because it's really good stuff. Really good stuff. And I think, and even if Punishing Grey Raven were to add something like a summary when you hit the skip button and stuff, it gives you a brief summary of what's going on and stuff. I don't think that would do the game justice. I don't think it would do the game justice enough. I feel like you really do have to read through the story word for word to get a really good scope of everything that's going on, rather than just relying on summary, you know? But that's just what that's just my personal opinion. That's just what I think. Beautiful skin, by the way.
私にとってここは夢の終わりです。そして今、花と光が新たな記憶をくれました。あなたがここにいるといつも時がこの瞬間で止まればいいと思うのです。
Cool.
気になる人がここにいる。この瞬間に。
Wow. Beautiful coding. Gorgeous. Gorgeous coding. Oh, there's a story for this? Yeah, I'll just do it in my own time. I don't feel like doing it now. Maybe the next time, maybe next week when I stream. Oh my gosh. Dude, the background for that? This background reminds me of Bloodborne, like Lady Maria, Astral Clock Tower shed. Also, I only clicked on this because I was like, I noticed it shimmering here, and I didn't take a look at it. So, that's cool. Alright, so with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching, thank you for chilling with me, thank you for chatting with me, I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you're in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. This weekend will be Divinity, back-to-back, Friday and Saturday. Allow me to, please let me have a break from, let my throat have a break from the reading. Okay. Thank you for watching. See you this weekend. Thank you. Bye-bye.